Welcome to Boring History for Sleep, where we explore the fascinating, yet wonderfully mundane details of our past to help you drift into peaceful slumber. Tonight, we're journeying back to medieval times to discover some of the most unusual festivals that once filled the calendar year. Picture yourself in a medieval town square where the air is thick with the scent of roasted meats and freshly baked bread. The cobblestones beneath your feet are worn smooth by countless celebrations, and the sound of lutes and drums echoes off ancient stone walls. But these weren't your typical harvest festivals or religious observances. Tonight, we'll explore 25 of the most peculiar medieval celebrations that have been largely forgotten by history. From the Festival of Fools, where social order was completely reversed for a day, to the bizarre Feast of the Ass, where a donkey was paraded through cathedral doors. These festivals reveal a side of medieval life that was far more colorful and strange than most history books suggest. We'll discover how medieval people celebrated the feast of the boy bishop, where children temporarily ruled over adults, and learn about the mysterious dancing plague festivals that swept through European towns. You'll hear about the Festival of the Dead, where communities would dine with skeletons, and the curious blessing of the throat ceremony that involved unusual rituals with candles and holy water. Each festival tells us something unique about medieval society, their beliefs, their fears, and their surprisingly playful approach to breaking social conventions. These celebrations often lasted for days, involving entire communities in elaborate pageantry that would seem almost surreal to modern observers. So settle in comfortably, close your eyes, and let the gentle rhythm of these historical tales carry you back to a time when the extraordinary was woven seamlessly into everyday life. Our journey through these unusual medieval festivals begins now, in the quiet corners of history, where the most interesting stories often hide. To understand these peculiar medieval celebrations, we must first journey back to a time when life moved at the rhythm of church bells and harvest seasons. The medieval period, spanning roughly from the 5th to the 15th centuries, was a world vastly different from our own, where festivals served purposes far beyond mere entertainment. Medieval society was built upon a rigid three-tier system known as feudalism. At the top sat the nobility, living in their stone castles and manor houses. Below them were the clergy, wielding tremendous spiritual and political power from their monasteries and cathedrals. At the bottom, making up roughly 90% of the population, were the peasants and serfs, bound to the land they worked and subject to their lord's will. Life for the common people was harsh and unforgiving. Most peasants lived in simple one-room homes with earthen floors, thatched roofs, and walls of wattle and daub. Their daily existence revolved around beck-bruckung agricultural work, tending to crops of wheat, barley, and oats. Disease was rampant, medical knowledge primitive, and the average lifespan barely reached 40 years. Yet within this seemingly bleak existence, festivals provided crucial moments of release and joy. These celebrations were not random occurrences, but carefully woven into the fabric of medieval life, serving multiple essential functions that kept society functioning and communities bonded together. The Catholic Church dominated medieval culture, and its calendar of holy days formed the backbone of festival timing. Saints' feast days, major Christian holidays like Easter and Christmas, and seasonal celebrations marking the agricultural cycle all provided opportunities for communal gathering. These weren't merely religious observances, but complex social events that strengthened community ties. Consider the typical medieval village, home to perhaps 50 to 100 souls. Everyone knew everyone else, and survival often depended on cooperation. During harvest time, neighbors helped neighbors. When disaster struck, the community rallied together. Festivals reinforced these vital social bonds, creating shared experiences that transcended the daily struggles of medieval existence. The Church initially viewed many folk traditions with suspicion, seeing them as remnants of pagan practices that needed to be eliminated or transformed. However, medieval Christianity proved remarkably adaptable, absorbing and reinterpreting older customs rather than simply destroying them. Ancient fertility rituals became celebrations of saints. Seasonal festivals honoring nature spirits were transformed into Christian holy days. This process of cultural synthesis created fascinating hybrid celebrations that blended Christian theology with much older traditions. The result was a rich tapestry of festivals that could simultaneously honor God, celebrate the changing seasons, and provide necessary social release for communities living under constant pressure. Medieval festivals also served important economic functions. Market days often coincided with religious celebrations, bringing together merchants, craftsmen, and farmers from surrounding areas. These gatherings facilitated trade, spread news and information, and provided opportunities for young people to meet potential marriage partners from other villages. The timing of festivals was carefully orchestrated around the agricultural calendar. Spring celebrations welcomed the planting season and asked for divine blessing on the crops. Summer festivals marked key points in the growing cycle, while autumn celebrations gave thanks for successful harvests. Winter festivals provided warmth and light during the darkest, coldest months of the year. Social hierarchy, so rigid in daily life, often became temporarily suspended during festival times. These periods of ritualized reversal allowed peasants to mock their betters, servants to order their masters about, and children to assume adult roles. Such inversions served as safety valves, releasing social tensions that might otherwise explode into rebellion or violence. The concept of carnival, from the Latin carnvale, meaning farewell to meat, exemplified this temporary world turning. During carnival season, normal rules were suspended. People wore masks and costumes, engaged in wild dancing and drinking, and participated in activities that would be scandalous during ordinary times. These celebrations provided psychological release while ultimately reinforcing the existing social order. Medieval festivals were also deeply connected to the natural world in ways modern celebrations rarely achieve. Without electric lighting, people lived by the rhythms of sun and moon. Without refrigeration, they ate seasonally available foods. Without modern transportation, they remained closely tied to their immediate geographic environment. Festivals reflected and celebrated these intimate connections with nature. The sensory experience of medieval festivals was intense and all-encompassing. Imagine the overwhelming sights, sounds, and smells of a typical celebration. Church bells would ring out across the countryside, calling people from miles around. The air would fill with smoke from cooking fires, the aroma of roasting meat, and the scent of herbs and flowers used in decorations. Music played a central role, though it sounded nothing like modern performances. Medieval instruments included simple flutes, drums, bagpipes, and stringed instruments like the lute and hurdy-gurdy. Singing was largely unaccompanied, with haunting melodies that had been passed down through generations. Dancing was energetic and communal, with entire villages participating in circle dances and line dances that could continue for hours. Food at festivals was special and abundant, a stark contrast to the often meager daily diet of most medieval people. Feast days literally meant feasting, with communities pooling resources to provide meat, fresh bread, ale, and seasonal delicacies. These shared meals reinforced social bonds and provided necessary nutrition during times when regular food supplies might be scarce. The visual spectacle of medieval festivals was equally impressive. People would don their finest clothes, often the only colorful garments they owned. Banners and ribbons decorated streets and buildings. Elaborate processions wound through villages and towns, featuring religious icons, guild symbols, and fantastical creatures made from wood, cloth, and papier-mâché. As we delve deeper into specific unusual festivals, remember this rich historical context. Each strange custom, each peculiar tradition we'll explore, grew from the soil of medieval life, shaped by the needs, fears, hopes, and dreams of people living in a world both harsh and magical, where the sacred and profane dance together under starlit skies, creating moments of wonder that echo across the centuries to reach us still. Picture this: the most sacred halls of medieval cathedrals, normally echoing with solemn prayers and hushed reverence, suddenly erupting into absolute chaos. Priests dancing on altars, mock sermons delivered in gibberish, and the lowest-ranking clergy members crowned as temporary bishops. This wasn't sacrilege. This was the Feast of Fools, one of medieval Europe's most extraordinary and controversial celebrations. The Feast of Fools typically occurred during the 12 days of Christmas, most commonly on December 28th, the Feast of the Holy Innocents, or January 1st. But its roots stretched much deeper than Christian tradition, drawing from ancient Roman festivals like Saturnalia, where social order was temporarily inverted and masters served their slaves. In medieval churches across France, England, and other parts of Europe, the lower clergy, deacons, subdeacons, and minor clerics, who spent their days in the shadows of their superiors, were given one glorious day to rule. They would elect a bishop of fools, or abbot of unreason, from among their ranks, often choosing the most theatrical or humorous member of their group. The transformation began at sunset on the eve of the feast. As darkness fell over the cathedral, the normal hierarchy dissolved like morning mist. The newly crowned Bishop of Fools would don elaborate, often ridiculous vestments, perhaps a mutke made of paper and decorated with bells, or robes turned inside out and backwards. The ceremony itself was a masterpiece of organized chaos. During the mock mass that followed, everything sacred was turned delightfully upside down. Instead of incense, the clergy might burn old leather shoes or rotten fish, filling the cathedral with acrid smoke that sent congregants into fits of coughing and laughter. The traditional Latin prayers were replaced with nonsensical chanting, braying like donkeys, or singing popular tavern songs with religious words hastily substituted. The gospel readings became opportunities for elaborate parody. A deacon might deliver a sermon entirely in pig Latin, or recount biblical stories with wildly inappropriate additions. The story of Noah's Ark might suddenly include unicorns and dragons, while the multiplication of loaves and fishes could become an absurd tale involving an endless supply of ale and roasted peacocks. But the irreverence didn't stop at the altar. The congregation was encouraged to participate in the madness. People would come to church wearing their clothes backwards, masks covering their faces, or costumes that transformed them into animals or mythical creatures. Women might dress as men, peasants as nobles, and children as elderly bishops complete with fake beards made of wool. The celebration often spilled out into the streets, where the chaos continued with even greater enthusiasm. The Bishop of Fools would lead processions through the town, riding backwards on a donkey, while his followers danced, sang, and performed increasingly elaborate theatrical displays. They might stage mock trials where chickens were accused of laying square eggs, or hold debates about whether cats should be required to attend church services. In some regions, the festivities included elaborate parodies of courtly romance. Young clerks would dress as knights and rescue washerwomen or kitchen maids, treating them as noble ladies for the duration of the celebration. These mock romances often involved ridiculous quests, such as searching for the Holy Grail in the bottom of ale barrels or slaying dragons that were obviously men in unconvincing costumes. The feast provided a crucial social release valve in medieval society. For most of the year, the rigid hierarchies of feudalism and church authority pressed down on everyone from peasants to minor clergy. The Feast of Fools offered a sanctioned opportunity to mock authority, express frustrations, and experience a world where the usual rules didn't apply. Different regions developed their own unique traditions within the broader framework of the celebration. In northern France, the feast often included elaborate theatrical performances that could last for hours. These weren't simple skits, but complex productions with multiple acts, original songs, and costumes that rivaled those of royal courts. The performances frequently featured stock characters that audiences would recognize and cheer for. There was the bumbling bishop, who would trip over his own robes and deliver blessings that accidentally cursed people. The scholarly fool would spout nonsensical Latin phrases that sounded impressive but meant nothing. The love-struck monk would chase after every woman in sight, only to be repeatedly rejected in increasingly humorous ways. English celebrations often incorporated elements of the ancient tradition of the boy bishop, where a choir boy would be elected to serve as bishop for a day. During the Feast of Fools, this tradition was amplified and exaggerated. The boy bishop might be given an adult-sized mitre that completely covered his head, or robes so long he constantly tripped over them, creating a visual comedy that delighted onlookers. The culinary aspects of the feast were equally absurd. Traditional church meals were replaced with deliberately ridiculous fare. Monks might serve blessed dishes that were intentionally oversalted, underseasoned, or combined in ways that no sane cook would attempt. A popular joke was to serve wine that was actually watered-down vinegar, or bread made from sawdust and flour. Yet beneath the apparent chaos lay sophisticated social commentary. The Feast of Fools wasn't random silliness. It was carefully orchestrated satire that allowed people to critique their society's inequalities and absurdities. When a lowly deacon pretended to be a bishop, he might exaggerate the real bishop's mannerisms, highlighting genuine flaws in church leadership without directly challenging authority. The temporary nature of the celebration was crucial to its acceptance. Everyone understood that come sunrise, normal order would be restored. The real bishops would reclaim their authority, the servants would return to their duties, and the rigid social structure would snap back into place like a released bowstring. However, not everyone appreciated this annual descent into sanctified madness. As early as the 12th century, church reformers began expressing concern about the feast's excesses. They worried that the line between acceptable parody and genuine blasphemy was becoming increasingly blurred. Some bishops banned the celebration entirely, while others attempted to regulate it with detailed rules about what was and wasn't permissible. the University of Paris issued stern warnings about students who participated too enthusiastically in the festivities. There were reports of young scholars who became so carried away with their temporary authority that they refused to relinquish it when the feast ended. Some had to be physically removed from pulpits, where they continued delivering mock sermons days after the celebration officially concluded. Despite official disapproval, the Feast of Fools persisted for centuries, adapting and evolving with changing times. In some regions, it merged with carnival traditions, creating hybrid celebrations that combined religious parody with secular entertainment. The basic human need for periodic release from social constraints proved stronger than institutional attempts at suppression. The feast also served as a training ground for medieval drama and performance. Many of the theatrical techniques developed during these celebrations would later influence the development of mystery plays, morality plays, and eventually secular theater. The tradition of using humor to comment on serious social issues, established during the Feast of Fools, would echo through centuries of dramatic literature. As we drift toward sleep, imagine yourself in a medieval cathedral on that magical night when everything familiar became wonderfully strange. The stone walls that usually echoed with solemn chants now ring with laughter and absurd songs. The very foundations of medieval society, so rigid and unchanging during the rest of the year, bend and flex like willow branches in a gentle wind. Perhaps there's something deeply human about this need to occasionally turn our world upside down, to laugh at the things we normally take so seriously, and to remember that even the most sacred traditions can benefit from a healthy dose of absurdity. The Feast of Fools reminds us that sometimes the most profound truths emerge not from solemn sermons, but from the joyful chaos of people brave enough to play with the very foundations of their world. In the depths of medieval winter, when frost painted cathedral windows and candlelight flickered against stone walls, one of the most extraordinary inversions of social order took place across Christian Europe. The boy bishop ceremony transformed humble choir boys into powerful ecclesiastical figures, turning the rigid hierarchy of medieval society completely upside down for a brief, magical period. This remarkable tradition began on December 6th, the feast day of Saint Nicholas, patron saint of children and scholars. In cathedrals, monasteries, and parish churches from England to Germany, from France to the Low Countries, young boys would gather in their finest robes, their voices still high and clear, preparing for a transformation that would grant them temporary authority over their elders. The ceremony itself was a masterpiece of medieval pageantry. As evening prayers concluded on St. Nicholas Eve, the cathedral chapter would solemnly process to the choir school. There, among the youngest singers, they would select one boy to serve as their bishop. The chosen child, often no more than 10 or 12 years old, would be dressed in miniature episcopal vestments. A tiny mitre would be placed upon his head. A scaled-down crozier pressed into his small hands, and episcopal rings slipped onto his fingers. The transformation was complete when the real bishop would formally transfer his authority to this child, kneeling before the boy and kissing his ring in a gesture that would have been unthinkable in any other context. The assembled clergy would then pledge their obedience to their new diminutive leader, creating a scene that must have seemed both wondrous and surreal to medieval observers. For the next 3 weeks, until the Feast of the Holy Innocents on December 28th, this boy bishop wielded genuine ecclesiastical power. He could perform many of the same functions as an adult bishop, conducting services, blessing congregations, and even preaching sermons. His fellow choir boys became his clergy, dressed in their own miniature vestments, creating an entire parallel church hierarchy populated entirely by children. The boy bishop's reign was marked by elaborate processions through the town. Accompanied by his child clergy, he would visit noble houses, merchant guilds, and common dwellings alike, offering blessings and collecting donations. These processions were grand affairs, with the boy bishop carried on a litter or riding a decorated horse, his small figure made magnificent by the elaborate vestments and the reverence shown by the crowds. At Canterbury Cathedral, records from the 13th century describe boy bishops who preached before packed congregations, their high voices carrying across the vast nave as they delivered sermons on topics ranging from the virtues of charity to the mysteries of the faith. These weren't simple recitations either. The boys were expected to compose their own homilies, demonstrating a level of theological education that would be remarkable even by modern standards. The financial aspect of the boy bishop ceremony was equally fascinating. During his reign, the boy bishop would collect substantial sums of money, known as bishop's money, from parishioners and visitors. This wasn't mere charity, but a formal tribute to his temporary office. The funds collected would often be used to support the cathedral school or distributed among the poor, giving these young bishops real responsibility for charitable works. In York Minster, the boy bishop tradition reached extraordinary heights of elaboration. The chosen child would hold court in the archbishop's palace, receiving visitors and conducting business with all the ceremony accorded to a real prelate. Surviving records show that these boy bishops even issued formal documents, complete with episcopal seals, granting indulgences, and making administrative decisions that were legally binding. The sermons preached by these boy bishops often contained surprisingly sophisticated theological content. At Salisbury Cathedral, a 14th century boy bishop's sermon survived in the cathedral archives, revealing a complex meditation on the nature of divine authority and the relationship between earthly and heavenly power. The young preacher argued that God's choice to work through children demonstrated the divine preference for humility over worldly wisdom. The tradition wasn't limited to great cathedrals. In small parish churches across Europe, local boys would be elevated to temporary positions of authority, conducting services and blessing their communities. These rural celebrations often took on a more festive character, with the boy bishop leading processions that included dancing, singing, and elaborate theatrical performances depicting biblical scenes. The costumes and regalia created for these boy bishops were works of art in themselves. Surviving examples from medieval treasuries show miniature mudras encrusted with precious stones, tiny crosses carved from ivory, and vestments sewn with gold thread. The investment in these ceremonial objects demonstrates how seriously medieval communities took the boy bishop ceremony, treating it not as mere child's play, but as a sacred ritual deserving of the finest materials and craftsmanship. The ceremony also served important educational functions. For the boys involved, it provided practical experience in liturgical practices, public speaking, and administrative responsibilities. They learned to conduct themselves with dignity and authority, skills that would serve them well whether they continued in religious life or entered secular careers. The experience of temporary power taught them both its privileges and its responsibilities. The theological implications of the boy bishop ceremony were profound and sometimes controversial. Critics within the church argued that it undermined proper ecclesiastical authority and created confusion about the nature of holy orders. Supporters countered that it embodied Christ's teaching that unless you become like little children, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven, making the ceremony a powerful demonstration of Christian humility and the inversion of worldly values. The tradition faced its greatest challenge during the Protestant Reformation. Reformers like John Calvin and Martin Luther viewed the boy bishop ceremony as a dangerous example of Catholic superstition and theatrical excess. They argued that it trivialized the sacred nature of episcopal office and encouraged disrespect for legitimate authority. As Protestant ideas spread across Europe, many communities abandoned the practice, viewing it as incompatible with Reformed theology. In England, the boy bishop ceremony survived the early years of the Reformation, but was finally suppressed during the reign of Edward VI in the 1540s. The young king's advisors, influenced by radical Protestant theology, declared the practice to be more superstitious than godly, and ordered its immediate cessation. Similar suppressions occurred across Protestant Europe, though some Catholic regions maintained the tradition well into the 16th century. The social dynamics of the boy bishop ceremony revealed fascinating aspects of medieval childhood and education. These weren't random children chosen for the honor, but carefully selected students who had demonstrated exceptional ability in their studies and deportment. The ceremony thus served as both reward and test, identifying young people with leadership potential and providing them with early experience in positions of responsibility. The temporary nature of the boy bishop's authority was crucial to the ceremony's meaning. Unlike permanent inversions of social order, which might threaten established hierarchies. The boy bishop ceremony's brief duration made it safe for existing power structures. It provided a controlled release valve for social tensions, while ultimately reinforcing the normal order through its temporary suspension. As we drift deeper into the contemplation of this extraordinary medieval tradition, we can imagine the flickering candlelight in those ancient cathedrals, the sound of young voices raised in prayer, and the sight of a small figure in magnificent robes blessing crowds of reverent adults. The boy bishop ceremony stands as a testament to medieval Christianity's capacity for both profound reverence and playful innovation, creating sacred theater that transformed children into temporary shepherds of the faithful. In the cathedral towns of medieval France, particularly in Beauvais and Sens, one of the most peculiar religious celebrations unfolded each January. The Feast of the Ass, or Festum Asinorum, transformed solemn churches into stages for elaborate theatrical performances centered around a single honored guest, a donkey. This festival commemorated the flight into Egypt, when Mary, Joseph, and the infant Jesus escaped King Herod's persecution. But rather than a simple retelling, medieval congregations created an immersive spectacle that blurred the lines between sacred ritual and popular entertainment. The preparations began weeks in advance. Church officials would select the finest donkey available, often borrowing from wealthy merchants or nobles who considered it an honor to contribute their animal to the sacred drama. The chosen donkey would be groomed, decorated with ribbons and flowers, and sometimes even fitted with special ceremonial coverings. On the morning of the festival, the entire community would gather in the town square. A young woman, chosen to represent the Virgin Mary, would be carefully helped onto the donkey's back, often carrying a doll or young child to represent the Christ child. The procession would then wind through the streets, with townspeople singing hymns and carrying banners. But the true spectacle began when the procession reached the cathedral. The donkey, with Mary still mounted, would be led directly into the church through the main doors. Imagine the scene: hoofbeats echoing against stone walls, the rustle of ceremonial robes, and hundreds of voices raised in song as this humble beast of burden entered one of the most sacred spaces in medieval society. The donkey would be positioned near the altar, becoming the focal point of an elaborate liturgical drama. Priests would conduct a special mass, but with unusual additions. At certain points in the service, the congregation would bray like donkeys instead of saying Amen. The sound would fill the cathedral, hee-haw, hee-haw, echoing from the vaulted ceiling in a cacophony that must have been both hilarious and deeply moving to medieval participants. The theological justification for this apparent irreverence was sophisticated. Medieval scholars argued that the donkey represented humility and service, virtues central to Christian teaching. Christ himself had entered Jerusalem on a donkey, and the animal that carried the Holy Family to safety deserved honor and remembrance. The service would continue with readings from Scripture, but performed dramatically. Actors would portray Herod's soldiers, searching through the congregation for the hidden Christ child. The tension would build as they drew closer to the donkey and its precious cargo, while the audience participated through song and prayer. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Feast of the Ass was its musical component. Special compositions were created for the occasion, including the famous Orientes Partibus, a Latin hymn that praised the donkey's strength and faithfulness. The melody was catchy and memorable, designed to be sung by common people who might not understand all the Latin words, but could participate through rhythm and repetition. The donkey itself became a character in the drama. Trained handlers would guide its movements, making it appear to respond to the liturgical action. When the priest blessed the animal, it might bow its head. During moments of danger in the story, it might step backward, as if sensing threat. These choreographed movements added layers of meaning to the performance. Food played an important role in the celebration. Special bread would be baked in the shape of donkeys, and these would be distributed to the congregation at the end of the service. Wealthy families might sponsor elaborate feasts afterward, where donkey-themed decorations adorn the tables, and the guest of honor, the actual donkey, might be paraded through the dining hall. The festival wasn't limited to a single day. In some towns, the Feast of the Ass extended over several days, with different episodes of the Holy Family's journey enacted each day. The donkey would be housed in special quarters near the church, tended by volunteers who considered it a sacred duty. Children particularly loved the festival. They would follow the donkey through the streets, singing songs they had learned specifically for the occasion. Some would dress as angels or shepherds, creating a cast of dozens for the religious drama. The festival became a community celebration that brought together all social classes in shared reverence and joy. The costumes and decorations grew more elaborate over time. The donkey might wear a crown of flowers, silk ribbons in church colors, or even specially crafted saddle cloths embroidered with religious symbols. The young woman portraying Mary would be dressed in the finest robes the community could provide, often borrowed from noble families or crafted by the most skilled seamstresses in town. Not everyone approved of these festivities. Some church officials worried that the celebrations were becoming too secular, too focused on entertainment rather than worship. Critics argued that bringing animals into sacred spaces was inappropriate, that the braying and laughter disrupted the solemnity proper to religious observance. These concerns led to interesting theological debates. Supporters of the festival pointed to biblical precedents. Didn't God speak through Balaam's donkey? Hadn't Christ chosen to ride a donkey for his triumphant entry into Jerusalem? They argued that excluding God's creatures from worship was itself a form of spiritual pride. The festival also had economic implications. Towns known for spectacular feast of the ass celebrations would attract visitors from surrounding areas. Merchants would set up special stalls selling donkey-themed crafts, foods, and souvenirs. Innkeepers would prepare for increased business, and local artisans would create special items for the occasion. Regional variations developed over time. In Beauvais, the emphasis was on the musical elements, with elaborate choirs and instrumental accompaniment. In Sens, the dramatic elements were more pronounced, with complex staging and multiple scene changes. Some smaller towns created intimate versions that focused on community participation rather than spectacle. The preparation of the donkey became almost as important as the festival itself. The animal would be bathed, its hooves cleaned and sometimes painted, its mane braided with ribbons. Special foods would be prepared to keep it healthy and calm during the long ceremony. Some communities even hired musicians to play soothing melodies for the donkey in the days leading up to the festival. Weather could significantly impact the celebration. Rain or snow would force modifications to the outdoor processions, but the indoor portions would continue regardless. Some of the most memorable festivals occurred during winter storms, when the warmth and light of the cathedral provided dramatic contrast to the harsh conditions outside, reinforcing themes of refuge and divine protection. The Feast of the Ass represents a fascinating intersection of medieval spirituality, community celebration, and theatrical innovation. It demonstrates how medieval people found ways to make their faith tangible and participatory, creating experiences that engaged all the senses and brought together the sacred and the everyday in ways that might seem strange to modern observers, but made perfect sense within their cultural context. As we drift deeper into sleep, we can imagine ourselves among those medieval congregations, listening to the echo of hoofbeats on stone floors, the rustle of ceremonial robes, and the gentle braying that transformed a solemn cathedral into a stage for one of history's most unusual religious celebrations. Medieval carnival seasons transformed entire communities into theaters of controlled chaos, where the rigid hierarchies of daily life dissolved into temporary worlds of festive anarchy. These celebrations, rooted in ancient pre-Christian traditions, yet adapted to medieval Christian calendars, created sanctioned periods of social inversion that both reinforced and challenged the established order. The carnival season typically began after Epiphany in January and culminated in the final days before Lent, with Shrove Tuesday marking the ultimate expression of festive excess. During these weeks, medieval communities embraced a philosophy of temporary liberation, where normal rules of behavior, dress, and social interaction were suspended in favor of elaborate performances of misrule. In French towns, the Festival of Fools emerged as one of the most extraordinary expressions of medieval carnival culture. During these celebrations, which could last several days, participants elected a mock bishop or archbishop from among the lower clergy, or even laypeople. This temporary religious leader would conduct elaborate parody services, complete with nonsensical sermons delivered in a mixture of Latin and vernacular languages, often incorporating jokes, riddles, and satirical commentary on local politics and personalities. The Festival of Fools transformed sacred spaces into venues for sanctioned irreverence. Participants would enter churches wearing masks, elaborate costumes, or even women's clothing, creating processions that deliberately inverted normal religious solemnity. They sang bawdy songs instead of hymns, played dice on altars, and performed mock ceremonies that parodied serious religious rituals while remaining just within the bounds of acceptable behavior. These celebrations served multiple social functions beyond mere entertainment. They provided a safety valve for social tensions, allowing communities to express frustrations with authority figures and social inequalities through humor and performance rather than direct confrontation. The temporary nature of these inversions actually reinforced normal hierarchies by demonstrating their temporary suspension as exceptional rather than revolutionary. English communities developed their own unique carnival traditions, including elaborate May Day celebrations that extended far beyond simple spring festivals. These events featured complex dramatic performances, including Robin Hood plays that transformed entire villages into sheltered forest. Participants would spend weeks preparing costumes and memorizing roles, creating community theater productions that could involve hundreds of performers and spectators. The Lord of Misrule tradition in English carnival culture appointed temporary kings who ruled over festivities with absolute authority within the carnival context. These mock rulers, often chosen from among servants or apprentices, would issue humorous proclamations, organize elaborate feasts, and preside over games and competitions that deliberately inverted normal social relationships between masters and servants, nobles and commoners. German carnival traditions, particularly in the Rhineland regions, developed sophisticated systems of organized chaos that required months of preparation and community coordination. These celebrations featured elaborate floats, masked processions, and theatrical performances that combined elements of ancient fertility rituals with contemporary social commentary. Participants created intricate costumes representing everything from mythological creatures to satirical portrayals of local authority figures. The concept of carnival as licensed transgression allowed medieval communities to explore themes and behaviors normally forbidden in daily life. Men dressed as women, servants mocked their masters, and religious ceremonies were performed with deliberate absurdity. These inversions were understood by all participants as temporary performances rather than genuine challenges to social order, creating a framework for controlled rebellion. Italian carnival traditions, particularly in Venice and other merchant cities, developed into elaborate spectacles that combined religious devotion with commercial opportunity. These celebrations featured masked balls, street performances, and elaborate processions that showcased both individual creativity and community wealth. The anonymity provided by masks allowed participants to engage in behaviors and conversations normally restricted by social position. The economic impact of carnival seasons on medieval communities was substantial, requiring significant investment in costumes, decorations, food, and entertainment. Guilds and confraternities often sponsored specific events or performances, creating opportunities for artisans to showcase their skills while contributing to community celebrations. These festivals became important markers of civic pride and economic prosperity. Carnival foods played crucial roles in these celebrations, with communities preparing elaborate feasts that deliberately contrasted with the fasting requirements of Lent. Pancakes, rich pastries, meat dishes, and alcoholic beverages were consumed in quantities that emphasized abundance and indulgence before the period of religious restraint. These culinary traditions often incorporated symbolic elements that referenced fertility, prosperity, and community solidarity. The timing of carnival celebrations reflected medieval understanding of seasonal cycles and religious calendars. The placement of these festivals immediately before Lent created a deliberate contrast between indulgence and restraint, celebration and penitence. This temporal structure reinforced religious teachings about the need for both joy and sacrifice in spiritual life. Music and dance formed essential components of carnival celebrations, with communities developing specific songs, rhythms, and choreographed movements associated with particular festivals. These musical traditions often incorporated elements from various cultural sources, creating hybrid forms that reflected the diverse populations of medieval towns and cities. Instruments ranging from simple drums to elaborate wind ensembles provided soundscapes for carnival activities. The participation of women in carnival celebrations varied significantly across different regions and social contexts. While some traditions encouraged female participation in specific roles or activities, others maintained strict gender segregation, even during periods of social inversion. However, the temporary suspension of normal social rules often provided opportunities for women to engage in public activities normally restricted to men. Carnival traditions created lasting impacts on medieval communities through the shared memories and social bonds formed during these celebrations. The collaborative effort required to organize and execute elaborate festivals strengthened community networks and created traditions that could persist for generations. celebrations became integral parts of local identity and cultural heritage. The relationship between carnival celebrations and religious authority remained complex throughout the medieval period. While church officials sometimes condemned excessive behaviors during these festivals, they also recognized their value in maintaining social stability and providing outlets for community expression. This tension between official disapproval and practical tolerance shaped the evolution of carnival traditions. As medieval carnival seasons drew to close each year, communities would engage in ritualized transitions back to normal social order. These ceremonies often involved the symbolic death or departure of carnival kings, the removal of decorations, and formal acknowledgments of returning to everyday responsibilities. These transitions helped participants psychologically prepare for the solemn period of Lent, while preserving the transformative experiences of carnival celebration. In the depths of medieval winter, when frost-painted castle windows and hearth fires burned brawdust, a remarkable transformation would sweep across England. For 12 precious days, the rigid hierarchy that governed daily life would crumble, replaced by something far more extraordinary. This was the reign of the Lord of Misrule, a festival tradition that turned the medieval world completely upside down. Picture, if you will, a grand manor house in 14th century England. Snow blankets the countryside beyond its walls, and inside, servants scurry about their usual duties. The Lord sits in his great chair, dispensing orders with practiced authority. But as Christmas approaches, something magical begins to stir. The servants exchange knowing glances, suppressed smiles playing at the corners of their mouths. They know what's coming. Soon, very soon, everything will change. The Lord of Misrule tradition emerged from ancient Roman Saturnalia customs, where masters served their slaves during winter celebrations. Medieval England embraced this concept with characteristic enthusiasm, creating elaborate festivals that lasted from Christmas Eve through Twelfth Night. During this period, social roles reversed completely. The lowest servant might find himself crowned as lord, while the actual nobility would bow and scrape before their former underlings. The selection process for the Lord of Misrule varied from household to household, but it was always an event filled with anticipation and excitement. Some chose their ruler by drawing lots from a hat, each servant's name carefully written on parchment scraps. Others preferred more theatrical methods. In one recorded ceremony from a Yorkshire manor, servants competed in ridiculous contests. They might balance eggs on spoons while hopping on one foot, or attempt to eat porridge while blindfolded and wearing thick gloves. The winner of these absurd competitions would be crowned with great ceremony, often wearing a paper crown decorated with bells and ribbons. Mock regalia would be produced, perhaps a wooden scepter topped with a turnip, or robes fashioned from old bed linens. The transformation was both ridiculous and profound. Yet yesterday's scullery maid might find herself seated at the head table, issuing proclamations with theatrical grandeur. But the Lord of Misrule's power extended far beyond mere symbolism. Their authority was genuine, if temporary. They could command the actual lord of the manor to serve at table, to dance when ordered, or to perform menial tasks usually reserved for servants. Historical records describe noblemen washing dishes, mucking out stables, and even emptying chamber pots at their mock ruler's command. The reversal was complete and absolute. These festivals served multiple purposes in medieval society. They provided a crucial pressure valve for social tensions that might otherwise explode into rebellion. By allowing servants to experience power, even briefly, the system paradoxically reinforced itself. After 12 days of topsy-turvy rule, servants returned to their positions with renewed acceptance, having tasted authority, and found it both exhilarating and exhausting. The celebrations themselves were elaborate affairs that would make modern party planners weep with envy. Imagine walking into a great hall during Lord of Misrule festivities. The usual arrangement of tables has been completely rearranged. Servants occupy the high table, dining on the finest foods usually reserved for their betters. They feast on roasted peacock, honeyed wine, and delicate pastries shaped like crowns and scepters. Meanwhile, the actual nobility sits at lower tables, served simple fare like bread and ale. They must wait patiently for their food, just as their servants usually do. If they complain or show displeasure, the Lord of Misrule might impose amusing punishments. Perhaps the grumbling lord must sing a ridiculous song about his own shortcomings, or perform a dance while wearing his wife's dress. Entertainment during these festivals defied all conventional expectations. Professional entertainers still performed, but their acts were deliberately crude and subversive. Jesters told jokes that mocked the nobility directly, something that would normally result in severe punishment. Musicians played familiar melodies backwards, or in deliberately discordant arrangements. Even religious ceremonies received the Misrule treatment, with mock sermons delivered in pig Latin or complete gibberish. The Lord of Misrule's court developed its own elaborate protocols and ceremonies. They might hold mock trials where servants could air grievances against their masters, with punishments ranging from silly to genuinely embarrassing. A harsh overseer might be sentenced to wear a sign proclaiming his various character flaws, or to publicly apologize for past cruelties while standing on a table. Royal courts embraced these traditions with particular enthusiasm. King Henry VII was known to participate actively in Lord of Misrule festivities, allowing himself to be ordered about by his own servants with apparent good humor. Court records describe elaborate masques where the king served wine to his pages or danced attendance on his own fool. These royal participations lent legitimacy to the tradition throughout English society. The festival's influence extended beyond individual households into entire communities. Village Lord of Misrule celebrations might last for weeks, with different families taking turns hosting elaborate feasts. The chosen lord would process through streets in mock majesty, followed by a retinue of supporters carrying ridiculous banners and making tremendous noise with pots, pans, and improvised instruments. Children played crucial roles in these celebrations, often serving as the Lord of Misrule's special courtiers. They might be appointed to important-sounding, but meaningless positions, like keeper of the royal spoons or guardian of the sacred pudding. Their innocent participation added an extra layer of absurdity to proceedings, as serious adults took orders from 8-year-old chancellors with grave solemnity. The clothing worn during Lord of Misrule festivals deserves special mention. Participants delighted in wearing their finest garments backwards, inside out, or in completely inappropriate combinations. A kitchen servant might don his master's finest doublet while wearing wooden clogs and a cook's apron. Ladies of the manor might appear in rough servant's clothing, complete with flour-stained hands and deliberately disheveled hair. Food played a central role in these celebrations, but with typical Misrule twists. Elaborate dishes might be served in chamber pots, while simple porridge was presented on golden plates. Sweet foods were served before savory ones, and guests might be required to eat dessert with carving knives or soup with tiny teaspoons. The Lord of Misrule delighted in creating dining challenges that reduced dignified nobles to frustrated, messy children. As Christianity's influence grew stronger, church authorities initially opposed Lord of Misrule traditions as pagan holdovers. However, they eventually embraced and transformed them into the Feast of Fools, celebrated within church walls. Even here, the reversal theme persisted. Junior clergy might conduct services while bishops sat in pews, and sacred hymns were sung to tavern melodies. The decline of Lord of Misrule traditions came gradually, as medieval society evolved into more rigid early modern forms. The Protestant Reformation dealt a significant blow, with reformers condemning such celebrations as frivolous and potentially blasphemous. By the 17th century, most formal Lord of Misrule festivities had disappeared, though echoes persisted in various folk customs and seasonal celebrations. Yet something essential about human nature was captured in these medieval festivals: the need to occasionally overturn established order, to laugh at authority, and to imagine different possibilities remains with us today. Modern office Christmas parties, with their role reversals and temporary abandonment of workplace hierarchies, echo these ancient traditions in diluted form. The Lord of Misrule reminds us that medieval people, despite living in rigid hierarchical societies, possessed sophisticated understanding of social dynamics. They recognized that allowing controlled chaos could actually strengthen social bonds and prevent more serious disruptions. In their wisdom, they created festivals that were simultaneously revolutionary and conservative, subversive and stabilizing. As winter deepens around us tonight, perhaps we can appreciate the genius of these long-ago celebrations. In a world where everyone knew their place, the Lord of Misrule offered precious glimpses of alternative realities, where servants could be kings and authority itself could be questioned, if only for 12 magical days each year. In the shadowy corners of medieval society, where social order was both sacred and fragile, there existed a peculiar form of community justice known as Charivari. These weren't festivals in the traditional sense, but rather spontaneous eruptions of collective disapproval that transformed entire villages into theaters of moral enforcement. Picture, if you will, the quiet streets of a 13th century French village suddenly filled with the cacophony of pots and pans, the jeering of masked figures, and the rhythmic pounding of makeshift drums. The word Charivari itself derives from the Latin caraberia, meaning headache, which perfectly captures the essence of these raucous processions. They emerged organically from the medieval mind's need to police social boundaries through public humiliation and community theater. Unlike the structured festivals we've explored, Charivari was democracy in its rawest form, where the collective voice of the community could rise up against those who dared to violate social norms. The most common targets of Charivari were couples whose marriages violated community expectations, an elderly widower taking a young bride, a widow remarrying too soon after her husband's death, or a marriage between partners of vastly different social stations could all trigger these spontaneous demonstrations. The community would gather outside the couple's home, creating an unholy symphony of noise designed to shame them into conformity or drive them from the village entirely. The participants in Charivari processions were a motley crew of neighbors, friends, and sometimes strangers who had heard the transgression. They would don masks and costumes, often depicting animals or grotesque caricatures, transforming themselves into anonymous agents of social justice. The anonymity was crucial, as it allowed individuals to participate in activities that might otherwise be considered harassment or assault, while protecting them from individual retaliation. The typical Charivari procession began at dusk, when the veil between day and night created the perfect atmosphere for moral ambiguity. Participants would gather in the village square or at a predetermined location, armed with an arsenal of noise-making devices. Pots, pans, cowbells, horns, and crude drums formed the percussion section of this discordant orchestra. Some carried effigies of the offending parties, often exaggerated and obscene representations that would be paraded through the streets before being burned or destroyed. The procession would wind its way through the village, stopping at significant locations related to the transgression. If the target was a mismatched couple, the crowd might pause at the church where they were married, the homes of their families, and finally at their own dwelling. At each stop, the noise would intensify, accompanied by crude songs and chants that detailed the couple's supposed sins in graphic and humiliating detail. These songs, known as Charivari ballads, were often improvised on the spot, drawing from a rich tradition of folk verses and local gossip. They served multiple purposes: entertainment for the participants, education for onlookers about what behaviors were unacceptable, and psychological torture for the targets. The lyrics were deliberately crude and sexually explicit, designed to strip away the dignity and privacy that marriage was supposed to provide. The visual spectacle of Charivari was equally important as the auditory assault. Participants would carry torches, creating a hellish illumination that danced across their masked faces and grotesque costumes. Some would ride backwards on donkeys or horses, symbolizing the inversion of natural order that the target couple represented. Others might carry poles topped with symbols of fertility or impotence, depending on the nature of the perceived transgression. The duration of a Charivari could vary dramatically, from a single evening's harassment to campaigns that lasted weeks or even months. The community's determination to continue the persecution depended on several factors: the severity of the perceived transgression, the target's response to the initial demonstration, and the availability of participants willing to sustain the effort. Some Charivari processions became so elaborate and prolonged that they evolved into temporary festivals, with food vendors and traveling entertainers joining the chaos. The targets of Charivari had limited options for response. They could attempt to appease the crowd with gifts of food or money, essentially paying tribute to end the harassment. Some chose to flee the community entirely, abandoning their homes and livelihoods rather than endure continued persecution. The most defiant might barricade themselves in their homes and wait for the community's attention to shift elsewhere, though this strategy often prolonged the ordeal. Occasionally, the targets would attempt to fight back, either through legal channels or physical confrontation. However, the anonymous nature of Charivari made legal recourse difficult, and physical resistance often escalated the situation into genuine violence. The community's collective nature meant that any individual who opposed the Charivari risked becoming a target themselves, creating a powerful incentive for conformity and silence. The Church's relationship with Charivari was complex and often contradictory. While ecclesiastical authorities officially condemned the practice as disorderly and potentially violent, many local priests recognized its value as a tool for enforcing Christian moral standards. Some clergy even participated in Charivari processions, albeit discreetly and often in disguise. This tacit approval gave the practice a quasi-religious legitimacy that helped it persist despite official disapproval. Regional variations in Charivari practices reflected local customs and concerns. In some areas of France, the processions focused primarily on age-disparate marriages, while in Germanic regions, they more commonly targeted adultery and domestic violence. English communities developed their own version called rough music, which incorporated elements of traditional folk music and dance. Italian charivari often included elaborate theatrical performances that mocked the targets through allegory and satire. The seasonal timing of Charivari processions was rarely coincidental. Many occurred during traditional festival periods when communities were already gathered and social boundaries were naturally relaxed. The carnival season, in particular, provided perfect cover for Charivari activities, as the inversion of social norms that characterized carnival made the transgressive nature of the processions seem less shocking. Some communities even incorporated Charivari elements into their regular festival celebrations, creating hybrid events that combined celebration with social enforcement. The economic impact of Charivari on medieval communities was significant but often overlooked. The disruption caused by prolonged processions could interfere with trade, agriculture, and other essential activities. However, the practice also served an economic function by discouraging marriages that might disrupt inheritance patterns or create financial burdens on the community. Elderly men marrying young women, for instance, were often targeted because such unions were seen as preventing the natural redistribution of wealth through widow inheritance. The psychological effects of Charivari on both participants and targets were profound and lasting. For participants, the practice provided a sanctioned outlet for aggression and a means of asserting community values. The anonymity and collective nature of the activity allowed individuals to engage in behaviors they would never consider in their normal social roles. For targets, the experience was often traumatic, creating lasting shame and social isolation even after the immediate persecution ended. As medieval society evolved and centralized authority strengthened, Charivari processions gradually came under greater scrutiny and control. Royal decrees and municipal ordinances began to regulate or prohibit the practice, recognizing its potential for violence and social disruption. However, the deep cultural roots of Charivari ensured its survival in various forms well into the early modern period and beyond. The legacy of Charivari extends far beyond its medieval origins, influencing later traditions of community justice and social enforcement. Elements of the practice can be seen in chivaries, rough music, and other folk traditions that persisted into the 19th and 20th centuries. Even today, the fundamental impulse behind Charivari, the community's desire to police social boundaries through collective action, continues to manifest in various forms of social media shamming and public humiliation. In the gentle darkness of your bedroom tonight, as you drift toward sleep, let the memory of these medieval processions remind you of the complex ways communities have always sought to define and enforce their values. The pots and pans have long since fallen silent, the masks have crumbled to dust, and the crude songs have been forgotten. the human impulse to belong, to conform, and to judge continues to shape our world in ways both subtle and profound. The dance of death festivals emerged from humanity's most profound anxieties about mortality, transforming fear into elaborate theatrical celebrations that swept across medieval Europe like a macabre tide. These weren't simple commemorations of the dead, but complex ritualistic performances where entire communities confronted their shared destiny through choreographed encounters with personified death itself. Picture the cobblestone squares of 14th century towns, suddenly transformed into stages for the ultimate performance. As autumn mists rolled through narrow streets, townspeople would gather to witness something that defied their everyday understanding of propriety and reverence. The dance of death, or danse macabre, represented a radical departure from typical religious observances, creating spaces where social hierarchies dissolved in the face of universal mortality. Festival's central figure was death personified, typically portrayed by a skilled performer wrapped in tattered black robes, face painted with stark white bones, eye sockets darkened to hollow voids. This death figure moved with unsettling grace, extending skeletal hands to invite participants into an otherworldly waltz. The costume itself was a masterpiece of medieval theater, constructed from layers of fabric that created an ethereal, floating appearance as the performer glided between victims. What made these festivals truly extraordinary was their democratic nature. Death's dance partners represented every level of medieval society, from crowned monarchs to humble peasants. A pope might find himself paired with a beggar, a knight with a merchant's wife, a bishop with a common laborer. This radical equality in death's embrace served as both entertainment and profound social commentary, suggesting that earthly power meant nothing when facing the ultimate leveler. The choreography itself followed ancient patterns passed down through generations of performers. Death would approach each participant with specific movements, sometimes gentle and inviting, other times forceful and commanding. The chosen dancer had no choice but to follow, their steps becoming increasingly frantic as they realized the futility of resistance. These weren't random movements, but carefully rehearsed sequences that told stories of human vanity, pride, and ultimate submission. Musicians provided haunting accompaniment, using instruments that seemed to emerge from shadowy corners of the square. Drums beat with the rhythm of a slowing heart, while flutes wailed like morning winds. Stringed instruments produced discordant melodies that seemed to pull at something deep within spectators' souls. The music wasn't meant to comfort, but to unsettle, creating an atmosphere where the boundary between performance and reality became dangerously thin. Children watched these performances with wide eyes, learning lessons about mortality that no sermon could convey as effectively. They saw their parents, their leaders, their heroes all reduced to stumbling dance partners in death's eternal ballroom. Some festivals included special segments where death would approach the youngest spectators not to claim them, but to whisper reminders about the preciousness of their remaining time. The costumes of the human dancers were equally elaborate, representing their earthly stations with exaggerated detail. A king might wear an enormous crown that became increasingly heavy as the dance progressed, while a merchant's purse would spill coins that death would kick aside with contempt. These visual metaphors reinforced the festival's central message about the meaninglessness of worldly possessions when facing eternity. Regional variations of the Dance of Death reflected local concerns and cultural specificities. In plague-ravaged areas, death might carry symbols of disease, while in regions affected by warfare, the skeletal figure could bear weapons or armor. Some festivals incorporated local legends, with death taking on characteristics of regional supernatural beings, creating unique hybrid celebrations that spoke to specific community fears and hopes. The festival's timing was carefully chosen to maximize psychological impact. Most Dance of Death celebrations occurred during autumn months, when dying leaves and shorter days naturally evoked thoughts of mortality. The approaching winter served as a metaphor for life's end, while the promise of spring's eventual return offered subtle hope for resurrection and renewal. Preparation for these festivals involved entire communities working together to create elaborate sets, costumes, and props. Craftsmen spent weeks constructing Death's iconic costume, ensuring every bone was painted with anatomical precision. Seamstresses created flowing robes that would move dramatically in evening breezes, while musicians composed new variations on traditional death songs, adding local melodies and instruments to the mix. The psychological effect on participants was profound and lasting. Many reported dreams of dancing with death for weeks after the festival, while others claimed the experience motivated them to live more fully, appreciating each day as a gift rather than a guarantee. Some medieval accounts describe people making significant life changes after participating in or witnessing these performances, abandoning petty grudges, pursuing delayed dreams, or dedicating themselves more fully to spiritual practices. Church authorities maintained complex relationships with these festivals, sometimes condemning them as morbid spectacles, while other times embracing them as powerful tools for spiritual instruction. Progressive clergy recognized the festival's effectiveness in conveying religious messages about mortality, judgment, and the afterlife, while conservative voices worried about the celebration's theatrical nature, potentially undermining more traditional forms of worship and contemplation. The Dance of Death festivals also served important social functions beyond their obvious mortality themes. They provided opportunities for communities to process collective trauma from plagues, wars, and famines that regularly devastated medieval populations. Through ritualized confrontation with death, people could express fears and anxieties that had no other acceptable outlet in their highly As these festivals evolved over centuries, they began incorporating increasingly sophisticated theatrical elements. Some featured multiple death figures representing different types of mortality, from sudden accident to slow disease. Others included elaborate stage machinery that allowed death to appear and disappear dramatically, emerging from trap doors or descending from overhead platforms like a supernatural being materializing from another realm. The legacy of Dance of Death festivals extended far beyond their medieval origins, influencing art, literature, and cultural understanding of mortality for generations. These celebrations demonstrated humanity's remarkable ability to transform its deepest fears into communal experiences that brought people together rather than driving them apart, creating beauty and meaning from the certainty of death itself. As summer reached its peak in medieval Europe, communities prepared for one of the most fire-filled celebrations of the year, the Feast of Saint John the Baptist, celebrated on June 24th, transformed ordinary villages into realms of flame and ancient ritual. This midsummer festival blended Christian devotion with pagan traditions so seamlessly that even the church couldn't separate them. The celebration began at sunset on June 23rd, when families gathered bundles of herbs, flowers, and dried wood. Children collected fennel, vervain, and St. John's wort, believing these plants held special power on this sacred night. Women braided garlands of roses and lavender, their fingers working quickly as twilight deepened into darkness. In the town square, men constructed enormous bonfires, some reaching 20 feet into the night sky. These weren't mere celebrations, but sacred ceremonies believed to purify the community and ward off evil spirits. The flames crackled and danced, casting long shadows across medieval streets as entire populations gathered in anticipation. As midnight approached, the most unusual traditions began. Young couples joined hands and leaped over smaller fires together, believing this would ensure fertility and a happy marriage. The higher they jumped, the taller their crops would grow in the coming year. Sparks flew around their ankles as they soared through the smoky air, laughing despite the danger. Mothers held their infants close to the flames, just near enough for the heat to touch their skin. This terrifying ritual was thought to protect children from illness and evil throughout the year. Bobbies cried as the heat washed over them, but parents believed this momentary discomfort would grant lifelong protection. The most bizarre tradition involved rolling burning wheels down hillsides. Craftsmen spent weeks constructing wooden wheels, wrapping them in straw and tar-soaked rags. As the wheels ignited and rolled into the darkness, villagers believed they were sending the sun's power into the earth, ensuring abundant harvests and protection from famine. Water played an equally important role in these midsummer celebrations. Before dawn, unmarried women crept to wells and springs, collecting dew in wooden bowls. They believed washing their faces with St. John's dew would preserve their beauty and attract suitable husbands. The water sparkled with an almost magical quality in the early morning light. Children participated in herb-gathering expeditions that began before sunrise. They searched for specific plants that bloomed only on St. John's Eve, believing these herbs possessed healing powers found at no other time. Families dried these precious plants, storing them for winter remedies and protection charms. The festival's most dangerous tradition involved young men diving into rivers and lakes at the stroke of midnight. They believed St. John blessed all water at this moment, granting healing powers to anyone brave enough to immerse themselves. Many emerged shivering and exhausted, but convinced they had received divine protection. Throughout the night, musicians played haunting melodies on flutes and drums. The music seemed to call spirits from the surrounding forests, creating an atmosphere both celebratory and supernatural. Dancers moved in circles around the fires, their movements growing more frenzied as the night progressed. Feast preparations began days before the actual celebration. Families slaughtered their finest animals, preparing elaborate meals to share with neighbors and strangers alike. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, fresh bread, and fermented beverages that would fuel the night's activities. The church attempted to control these pagan elements by emphasizing St. John's Christian significance. Priests led processions through streets, carrying religious banners and chanting prayers. However, the ancient traditions proved too powerful to suppress, creating a unique blend of sacred and supernatural that defined medieval spirituality. As dawn approached, exhausted celebrants gathered burning branches from the great bonfires. They carried these flames to their homes, lighting hearth fires that would burn continuously until the next St. John's Eve. These sacred flames were believed to protect households from lightning, disease, and malevolent spirits throughout the coming year. The festival's agricultural significance cannot be overstated. Farmers walked through their fields carrying torches, blessing crops and livestock with St. John's fire. They believed this ritual would protect their harvests from blight, insects, and unseasonable weather. The flames illuminated grain fields and pastures, creating an otherworldly landscape of light and shadow. Young women performed divination rituals throughout the night, seeking glimpses of their future husbands. They dropped molten lead into cold water, interpreting the resulting shapes as clues about their romantic destiny. Others gazed into mirrors by candlelight, hoping to see their beloved's face reflected in the flickering flames. The celebration concluded with communal bathing in rivers and streams. Entire families waded into the water together, washing away the previous year's sins and misfortunes. The water felt shockingly cold after hours spent near roaring fires, but participants Participants believed this contrast enhanced the ritual's purifying power. Children collected ashes from the sacred bonfires, mixing them with salt and holy water to create protective charms. These talismans were sprinkled around homes, barns, and animal pens, creating invisible barriers against evil influences. Parents sewed small pouches of blessed ash into their children's clothing, ensuring year-round protection. The Feast of St. John represented medieval Europe's complex relationship with nature, spirituality, and community. Fire and water, light and darkness, Christian devotion and pagan tradition merged into a celebration that satisfied both soul and spirit. As the sun rose on June 24th, exhausted villagers returned to their homes, carrying the sacred fire that would warm their hearts and protect their families, until the wheel of seasons brought them back to this magical night once again. Within the sacred walls of medieval monasteries, where silence and prayer typically reigned supreme, there existed moments of sanctioned chaos that would seem almost heretical to modern observers. These were the Abbeys of Misrule, temporary inversions of religious hierarchy that transformed solemn religious communities into theaters of controlled rebellion. The tradition emerged from the ancient Roman Saturnalia, where social orders were temporarily reversed. But medieval Christianity adapted this concept into something uniquely their own. During specific feast days, particularly around Christmas and Epiphany, monastic communities would elect a mock abbot from among the youngest or lowest-ranking members, granting them absolute authority over their superiors for a designated period. Brother Thomas of Canterbury documented one such event in 1287, describing how a novice, barely 16 years old, was crowned abbot of fools with a crown of turnips and a staff made from a kitchen ladle. This temporary ruler then proceeded to assign the most ridiculous tasks to senior monks, ordering the prior to tend the pigsty while commanding the treasurer to perform juggling acts during evening prayers. The ceremonies began with elaborate mock elections, complete with satirical speeches and absurd campaign promises. Candidates might pledge to replace all holy water with ale, or to require that all prayers be sung backwards while standing on one foot. The community would vote with beans, black for disapproval and white for acceptance, though the outcome was often predetermined for maximum comedic effect. Once installed, the Abbot of Misrule wielded genuine authority within carefully prescribed boundaries. They could reassign duties, alter meal schedules, and even compose parody sermons that gently mocked religious conventions. However, certain sacred elements remained untouchable. The Eucharist, core prayers, and fundamental religious observances continued unchanged, creating a fascinating balance between reverence and rebellion. The physical transformation of these religious spaces during Misrule periods was equally dramatic. Dining halls became stages for theatrical performances, with monks donning costumes and masks to portray portray biblical characters in comedic scenarios. The story of Jonah and the whale might be performed with a monk crawling inside a large cloth fish, while the multiplication of loaves and fishes could involve increasingly absurd quantities of bread being produced from seemingly empty baskets. Music played a central role in these celebrations, with traditional hymns receiving humorous new lyrics. The solemn Te Deum might become a praise song for the monastery's cook, while Gregorian chants were adapted to celebrate the virtues of various farm animals. These musical parodies required considerable skill to maintain the original melodies while crafting clever, often punning lyrics in Latin. The Feast of Fools, as it was sometimes called within monastic walls, served multiple psychological and social functions. It provided a pressure release valve for communities living under strict hierarchical structures, allowing tensions to be expressed through humor rather than genuine rebellion. The temporary elevation of junior members also reminded senior monks of their own humble beginnings and the arbitrary nature of earthly authority. Different monastic orders approached these celebrations with varying degrees of enthusiasm and structure. Benedictine communities often incorporated elaborate theatrical elements, with monks crafting costumes and props throughout the year in preparation. Cistercian monasteries tended toward more restrained celebrations, focusing on verbal wit and clever wordplay rather than physical comedy. The Franciscans, true to their founder's spirit of joyful poverty, created some of the most inventive Misrule traditions. They would crown an abbot of poverty, who would then distribute imaginary wealth, granting fellow monks titles to non-existent lands and appointing them to govern fictional kingdoms. These ceremonies often included elaborate maps of these invented realms, complete with rivers of wine and mountains of cheese. Food played a crucial role in these celebrations, with the normal monastic diet of simple fare being temporarily replaced by elaborate feasts. However, these meals came with their own inversions, with the finest foods being served in the crudest vessels, and elegant dishes being eaten with improvised utensils. The abbot of Misrule might decree that all soup be consumed with forks, or that bread could only be eaten while hopping on one foot. The educational aspect of these celebrations was carefully preserved beneath the apparent chaos. Young monks learned about leadership by observing how authority could be exercised with both wisdom and folly. They witnessed firsthand how power could corrupt or elevate, depending on the character of those who wielded it. These lessons were often more memorable than formal instruction, embedded as they were in laughter and shared experience. Record keeping during these periods produced some of the most entertaining documents in medieval archives. Mock charters granting ridiculous privileges, satirical papal bulls declaring absurd theological positions, and humorous accounts of imaginary miracles all survive in monastery libraries. These documents reveal not only the wit of their creators, but also their deep understanding of the formal structures parodying. The geographical spread of these traditions reveals interesting patterns of cultural exchange between religious communities. Monasteries along pilgrimage routes often shared innovative Misrule customs with traveling monks, leading to hybrid celebrations that combined elements from different regions. A monastery in France might adopt a German tradition of electing animal mascots, while adding their own local custom of backwards processions. The timing of these celebrations was carefully calculated to coincide with periods when the regular monastic schedule was already disrupted by major feast days. This practical consideration ensured that the essential work of the monastery, copying manuscripts, tending gardens, and maintaining buildings, continued without significant interruption. The Misrule periods were islands of chaos in an otherwise orderly sea of religious routine. As these traditions evolved, they began to influence the broader medieval understanding of authority and social order. The concept that even the most sacred hierarchies could be temporarily suspended for the greater good of community harmony became a powerful idea that extended beyond monastery walls. Noble courts began adopting similar customs, and even royal households experimented with controlled inversions of protocol. The decline of these traditions began in the late medieval period, as religious reforms emphasized stricter adherence to formal protocols. The Council of Basel in 1430 specifically condemned certain aspects of clerical misrule, though enforcement varied widely. Some monasteries continued these celebrations well into the Renaissance period, adapting them to meet changing theological expectations while preserving their essential spirit of joyful community building. Modern scholars recognize these medieval abbeys of Misrule as sophisticated examples of institutional wisdom, demonstrating how rigid hierarchies could maintain stability while still providing outlets for human creativity and humor. They represent a fascinating intersection of religious devotion and psychological insight, showing how medieval communities understood the need for periodic release from the very structures that defined their daily lives. As winter's grip began to loosen across medieval Europe, communities prepared for one final celebration before the solemn period of Lent. Shrove Tuesday, the day before Ash Wednesday, transformed ordinary villages and bustling cities into theaters of controlled chaos and sanctioned revelry. The word Shrove comes from the Old English shrive, meaning to confess one's sins. But before medieval people could purify their souls, they had to purge their pantries of all the rich foods forbidden during Lent's 40 days of fasting. This practical necessity evolved into elaborate festivals that would make modern carnival celebrations seem tame by comparison. In the cobblestone streets of medieval England, the morning of Shrove Tuesday began with the tolling of the pancake bell. This wasn't just any ordinary church bell, but a specific signal that sent housewives racing through their homes gathering eggs, milk, and precious white flour. The goal was simple yet urgent. Use up every last morsel of fat and luxury before the Lenten fast began at midnight. Picture the scene in a typical English village around 10 in the morning. Smoke rises from dozens of chimneys as iron pans heat over open fires. The air fills with the sweet aroma of batter hitting hot grease, while children gather in doorways, their faces already smeared with the first pancakes of the day. But this wasn't merely about cooking. It was about community, competition, and a touch of madness. The most famous tradition to emerge from these Shrove Tuesday celebrations was the pancake race. Legend traces its origin to the town of Olney in Buckinghamshire, where in 1445, a housewife was so absorbed in making pancakes that she nearly missed the shriving service. Hearing the church bells, she ran through the streets still wearing her apron, clutching her frying pan with a half-cooked pancake still sizzling inside. Whether this story is true or merely folklore, pancake races became a cherished tradition across England. Women would line up at a designated starting point, each carrying a frying pan containing a pancake. The rules were specific and strictly enforced. Participants must be housewives or unmarried women. They must wear aprons and head coverings, and most importantly, they must toss their pancake at least 3 times during the race. The sight of dozens of women sprinting through medieval streets, their long skirts hiked up for running, pancakes flying through the air, created a spectacle that drew crowds from neighboring villages. The winner received a prayer book and a kiss from the church bell ringer, prizes that carried both spiritual and social significance in medieval society. But England wasn't the only country where Shrove Tuesday took on extraordinary dimensions. In medieval France, the celebration known as Mardi Gras created its own unique traditions. French communities organized elaborate processions featuring the buff gras, or fatted ox, a magnificent beast decorated with ribbons and flowers, paraded through town before being slaughtered for the final feast before Lent. The French also developed the tradition of Roi das Fous, or King of Fools, where social hierarchies were temporarily inverted. A peasant might be crowned king for the day, issuing mock proclamations and sitting in judgment over his social superiors. Masters served their servants, and the usual order of medieval society turned completely upside down. These role reversals weren't mere entertainment. They served as a crucial social pressure valve. Medieval society was rigidly hierarchical, with most people locked into their social positions for life. Shrove Tuesday provided a sanctioned opportunity for the lower classes to mock their betters, express frustrations, and experience a brief taste of power and freedom. In the German states, Shrove Tuesday celebrations, called Fastnacht, developed their own distinctive character. Communities organized elaborate masked balls, where participants could hide their identities behind carved wooden masks or cloth disguises. These weren't the elegant masquerades of later centuries, but wild, primitive affairs where people could shed their everyday personas completely. The masks themselves were often grotesque, featuring exaggerated features, animal characteristics, or demonic appearances. Craftsmen spent weeks carving these faces from wood, creating expressions of pure mischief or supernatural terror. When hundreds of masked figures filled the town square, dancing to the rhythm of drums and crude musical instruments, the effect was both thrilling and slightly terrifying. Italian communities developed perhaps the most sophisticated Shrove Tuesday celebrations, with Venice leading the way in creating elaborate carnival traditions. Even in medieval times, Venetian nobles competed to create the most stunning costumes and masks. These weren't simple disguises, but works of art, featuring intricate metalwork, precious stones, and fabrics imported from across the known world. The Venetian Carnival included mock trials where costumed participants would prosecute the sins and follies of the past year. A figure representing winter might be put on trial for bringing hardship and cold, while another representing gluttony would be charged with leading people into temptation. These theatrical proceedings combined entertainment with moral instruction, allowing people to confront their failings in a playful context. Food played a central role in all Shrove Tuesday celebrations, but the feasts were about more than mere consumption. In medieval Scotland, communities prepared enormous communal meals featuring every rich ingredient available. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, rich puddings, butter-laden pastries, and wheels of aged cheese. The Scottish tradition of beef brose exemplified this abundance. Entire communities would contribute ingredients to create massive pots of rich soup containing beef, barley, vegetables, and generous amounts of butter and cream. The soup would simmer for hours while the community engaged in games, dancing, and storytelling. When finally served, everyone ate from the same communal pot, symbolizing unity and shared abundance. Children held special significance during Shrove Tuesday celebrations. In many communities, they were given the honor of carrying symbolic items in processions or performing traditional songs and dances. Young boys might carry wooden swords representing the battle between winter and spring, while girls carried dolls dressed as brides, symbolizing fertility and renewal. The tradition of Shrove-tide football emerged in English communities as perhaps the most chaotic and dangerous of all medieval celebrations. This wasn't football as we know it today, but a massive, village-wide game with few rules and fewer boundaries. The ball might be a pig's bladder filled with dried peas, and the goals could be landmarks miles apart. Hundreds of participants would surge through streets, across fields, and even through streams, all pursuing this single ball. Property damage was expected and accepted as part of the celebration. Windows were boarded up, market stalls were dismantled, and wise shopkeepers simply closed their businesses for the day. The game could last from dawn until dusk, with participants nursing bruises and injuries as badges of honor. These football matches served multiple purposes beyond entertainment. They provided an outlet for inter-village rivalries, allowed young men to display their strength and courage, and created shared experiences that bonded communities together. The chaos and violence, while seemingly destructive, actually reinforced social bonds and provided a controlled release for tensions that might otherwise explode in more dangerous ways. As the sun set on Shrove Tuesday, communities gathered for final ceremonies marking the transition from celebration to solemnity. Bonfires were lit using the remnants of the day's festivities, masks and costumes from the celebrations, and sometimes even furniture or household items that people wanted to leave behind as they entered Lent. These fires weren't just practical disposal methods, but powerful symbols of purification and renewal. People would write their sins or bad habits on pieces of paper and throw them into the flames, watching their failings literally turn to ash. The smoke rising into the night sky carried their confessions heavenward, preparing their souls for the spiritual journey ahead. The contrast between Shrove Tuesday's wild celebrations and Ash Wednesday's solemn observance created a dramatic transition that medieval people understood instinctively. After a day of excess, indulgence, and social chaos, the arrival of Lent brought structure, discipline, and spiritual focus. This rhythm of celebration and restraint provided a framework that helped medieval communities navigate the challenges of their harsh world. As midnight approached and church bells began to toll, the transformation was immediate and complete. Masks were removed and carefully stored away. Costumes were folded and put aside, and the debris of celebration was swept from the streets. The medieval world returned to its normal order, but renewed and refreshed by this brief taste of sanctioned chaos and communal joy. As winter's grip finally loosened across medieval Europe, communities prepared for one of the most beloved celebrations of the year. May Day festivals marked the true arrival of spring, bringing together ancient pagan traditions with emerging Christian customs in a delightful tapestry of ritual and revelry. The origins of May Day stretch back to the Roman festival of Floralia, dedicated to Flora, goddess of flowers and spring. Celtic peoples celebrated Beltane, lighting great bonfires to welcome the fertile season. When Christianity spread across Europe, these ancient customs didn't disappear, but instead transformed into something uniquely medieval. The most iconic symbol of May Day was the maypole, a tall wooden pole decorated with ribbons, flowers, and greenery. Villages would select the finest tree, often an oak or birch, cutting it down with ceremony and dragging it to the town center. The pole itself represented the axis between earth and sky, a connection to divine forces that governed the growing season. Preparations began weeks before May 1st. young people would venture into forests at dawn on May Day morning, gathering hawthorn blossoms, bluebells, and primroses. This practice, known as bringing in the May, was both practical and symbolic. The flowers decorated homes, churches, and public spaces, while the early morning expedition served as a courtship ritual for unmarried youth. The selection of a May Queen held particular significance in medieval communities. Usually chosen from among the village's unmarried young women, she embodied the fertility and renewal of spring. The May Queen wore a crown of flowers and flowing white robes, leading processions through the village while receiving gifts and homage from her subjects for the day. Accompanying the May Queen was often a green man, or Jack in the Green, a figure completely covered in leaves and branches. This mysterious character represented the wild, untamed aspect of nature awakening from winter's sleep. The green man would dance through streets, blessing crops and livestock, while embodying the masculine fertility principle that complemented the May Queen's feminine energy. Morris dancing formed an essential part of May Day celebrations, with teams of dancers performing intricate steps while wielding handkerchiefs, sticks, or bells. These dances, passed down through generations, were believed to awaken the earth's fertility through rhythmic movement and music. Each region developed its own style, from the Cotswold Morris, with its high kicks and flowing movements, to the Border Morris, with its blackened faces and aggressive steps. Village guilds and trade associations used May Day as an opportunity to display their prosperity and skills. Blacksmiths would create elaborate iron decorations, while bakers prepared special breads shaped like flowers or animals. Carpenters constructed temporary stages for performances, and textile workers adorned themselves in their finest cloth, turning the festival into a showcase of medieval craftsmanship. The maypole dance itself required considerable coordination and practice. Dancers, typically an equal number of men and women, would each hold a ribbon attached to the pole's top. Moving in predetermined patterns, they would weave in and out, creating intricate braided designs down the pole's length. The complexity of these patterns varied by region, with some communities developing dances so elaborate they took hours to complete. Food played a central role in May Day festivities, with communities preparing dishes that celebrated spring's abundance. Fresh dairy products featured prominently, including syllabub, a frothy mixture of wine or cider with cream. May butter, churned from the milk of cows first turned out to spring pastures, was considered especially pure and beneficial. Green salads made from young nettle leaves, dandelion greens, and wild garlic provided essential nutrients after winter's limited diet. May ale, brewed specifically for the festival, incorporated herbs and flowers gathered during the morning's expedition. Woodruff, a sweet-scented herb, was particularly prized for its ability to flavor the brew while providing supposed medicinal benefits. Communities would compete to create the most delicious and potent May ale, with recipes closely guarded secrets passed down through families. The festival's religious aspects evolved throughout the medieval period, with the Catholic Church initially opposing May Day celebrations as pagan holdovers. However, by the 13th century, many communities had successfully integrated Christian elements into their festivities. May Day processions would begin or end at the local church, where priests would bless the flowers and pray for a successful growing season. Some regions developed unique variations of May Day traditions. In parts of Germany, communities erected multiple maypoles, each representing different guilds or neighborhoods. Competition between these groups added an element of rivalry to the celebrations, with elaborate decorating contests and dancing competitions determining which group would have the honor of hosting the following year's central festivities. The hobby horse tradition, found primarily in southwestern England, featured a dancer enclosed within a circular frame covered by a decorated cloth, creating the illusion of a prancing horse. This figure would chase young women through the streets, and being caught by the hobby horse was considered extremely lucky for fertility and romance in the coming year. May Day celebrations often extended beyond a single day, with some communities maintaining festivities throughout the entire month. These extended celebrations included weekly markets featuring spring produce, evening dances in village squares, and courtship rituals that gave young people opportunities to meet potential marriage partners under community supervision. The economic impact of May Day festivals was considerable for medieval communities. Traveling merchants would time their visits to coincide with the celebrations, bringing exotic goods and luxury items that villagers might purchase only once or twice per year. Local craftspeople would increase production in anticipation of festival demand, while farmers would use the gathering to arrange contracts for the coming harvest season. Weather played a crucial role in May Day success, and communities developed elaborate methods for predicting and influencing the day's conditions. If May 1st dawned rainy or cold, it was considered a bad omen for the entire growing season. Some villages would perform special rituals to encourage good weather, including the lighting of bonfires and the singing of traditional songs believed to have power over natural forces. The festival also served important social functions beyond celebration and ritual. Community disputes would often be temporarily set aside during May Day, with formal truces declared for the duration of festivities. This temporary peace allowed neighbors to interact harmoniously while reinforcing social bonds essential for community survival in an often harsh medieval world. As May Day celebrations wound down with the setting sun, communities would gather for final ceremonies that ensured the festival's benefits would last throughout the growing season. The May Queen would ceremonially water the maypole's base, while the Green Man would scatter flower petals over the assembled crowd, symbolically distributing spring's fertility to all participants. These May Day traditions created lasting memories that sustained communities through difficult times, reminding them that renewal and celebration would always return with spring's arrival. In the gentle rhythm of medieval May Day festivals, we find a perfect harmony between human celebration and natural cycles, a reminder of our deep connection to the seasonal patterns that govern all life on Earth. As summer reached its peak in medieval Europe, communities gathered around towering bonfires that pierced the twilight sky. The Midsummer fire festivals, celebrated around the summer solstice, transformed ordinary villages into mystical landscapes where ancient pagan traditions merged seamlessly with Christian observances. These weren't mere celebrations, but elaborate rituals that connected earthly communities with celestial cycles, marking the longest day of the year with flames that could be seen for miles across the countryside. The preparation for these festivals began weeks in advance, as entire villages collaborated in gathering materials for the sacred fires. Children collected dried branches and twigs, while adults hauled massive logs from nearby forests. The wood wasn't chosen randomly. Oak, ash, and rowan were preferred for their symbolic properties and slow-burning qualities. Some communities incorporated herbs like vervain, mugwort, and sunt. John's wort, believed to possess protective powers when burned during the solstice. The construction of the bonfire itself became a community art form, with experienced builders creating towering structures that could reach 30 feet in height. In many regions, the lighting of the midsummer fire followed ancient protocols passed down through generations. The flame was often kindled using traditional methods, flint and steel, or even the primitive technique of rubbing dry wood together. Some communities maintained that the fire must be lit by the eldest member of the village, while others insisted it should be ignited by newlyweds or young maidens. The moment of lighting was accompanied by prayers, chants, and sometimes elaborate ceremonies that blended Christian benedictions with older invocations to ensure good harvests and protection from evil spirits. The fires served multiple purposes beyond mere celebration. Medieval people believed that midsummer bonfires possessed purifying properties, capable of cleansing both individuals and communities of negative influences. Farmers drove their cattle between two fires or around a single large bonfire, convinced this ritual would protect their livestock from disease and ensure healthy reproduction. Young couples jumped over smaller fires hand in hand, a practice believed to strengthen their bond and guarantee fertility. Even household items were passed through the smoke linens, tools, and seeds destined for the next planting season. The festival atmosphere was enhanced by elaborate food traditions that varied significantly across different regions. In Germanic territories, communities prepared special breads shaped like wheels, symbolizing the sun at its peak power. These solar breads were often thrown into the fires as offerings, though smaller versions were shared among participants. Scandinavian communities favored fermented beverages, mead, ale, and early versions of aquavit, consumed from communal vessels that passed from hand to hand. The sharing of food and drink reinforced social bonds and created a sense of unity that transcended normal class distinctions. Music and dance formed integral components of Midsummer fire celebrations, with performances that continued from sunset until dawn. Traditional folk songs, many containing lyrics of uncertain origin, were passed down through oral tradition. These songs often referenced ancient deities, seasonal cycles, and agricultural themes that predated Christian influence. The dances were equally ancient circle dances around the fire, chain dances that wove between multiple fires, and solo performances that mimicked the movements of flames themselves. Musicians played simple instruments, drums, flutes, and stringed instruments, creating rhythmic accompaniments that seemed to pulse with the flickering firelight. The timing of these festivals created unique social dynamics within medieval communities. The extended daylight hours of midsummer allowed for celebrations that stretched far beyond normal evening activities. Young people used these occasions for courtship rituals, with the romantic atmosphere of firelight and music providing opportunities for connections that might not occur during ordinary daily routines. Elders shared stories and legends, passing cultural knowledge to younger generations through oral traditions that might otherwise be forgotten. The festivals became informal education sessions where practical knowledge about agriculture, weather patterns, and seasonal cycles was transmitted alongside entertainment. Regional variations in midsummer fire festivals reflected local customs and geographical influences. In mountainous areas, communities built fires on hilltops, creating networks of beacons that could communicate across vast distances. Coastal regions incorporated maritime elements boats decorated with flowers and carrying small fires were launched into harbors or rivers. Forest communities created elaborate fire sculptures using branches and logs arranged in complex patterns. Urban areas adapted the traditions to fit within city walls, sometimes creating smaller fires in courtyards or public squares. Though these urban celebrations often lacked the wild, primal energy of their rural counterparts, the Christian Church's relationship with midsummer fire festivals remained complex throughout the medieval period. While some church authorities condemned these celebrations as pagan remnants, others chose to incorporate them into Christian observances. The feast of St. John the Baptist, celebrated on June 24th, provided a convenient Christian framework for fire-based celebrations. Churches blessed the fires, and priests sometimes participated in the ceremonies, transforming ancient rituals into Christian observances. This synthesis allowed communities to maintain their traditional celebrations while avoiding potential conflicts with religious authorities. The practical benefits of midsummer fires extended beyond spiritual and social functions. The massive bonfires served as community gathering points that strengthened social networks essential for survival in medieval society. The celebrations provided opportunities for trade, as people from different villages gathered together, bringing goods and skills to exchange. Young people met potential marriage partners from neighboring communities, helping to prevent inbreeding and strengthen genetic diversity. The festivals also served as informal news networks, where information about weather patterns, crop conditions, and regional events was shared across wide geographical areas. Archaeological evidence suggests that midsummer fire festivals influenced medieval settlement patterns and community planning. Many villages were arranged to accommodate large central fires, with houses positioned to provide clear views of the celebration area. Some communities built permanent stone circles or fire pits that were used exclusively for seasonal celebrations. These dedicated spaces became focal points for community identity, marking the geographical and social center of medieval settlements. The festivals thus shaped not only cultural practices, but also the physical landscape of medieval Europe. As we drift deeper into sleep, imagine the warmth of those ancient midsummer fires washing over you like a gentle blanket. The crackling flames dance behind your closed eyelids, their golden light flickering in rhythm with your slowing breath. The distant sounds of medieval celebration fade into whispers, carrying you toward dreams filled with starlit skies and the comforting glow of community fires that burned bright against the longest night of summer, connecting you to centuries of human tradition and the eternal cycle of seasons that continues to turn, even as you rest peacefully in the gentle embrace of sleep. December 28th brought one of medieval Europe's most peculiar celebrations, the Feast of Holy Innocents, also known as Childermas. This day commemorated King Herod's biblical massacre of infant boys, but medieval communities transformed this somber remembrance into something far more complex and disturbing. The festival became a day when the natural order of society completely reversed, with children assuming positions of absolute authority over adults. In cathedral towns across England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire, boy bishops were ceremonially elected on this day. These weren't symbolic appointments, but genuine transfers of ecclesiastical power. A choir boy, usually between 8 and 12 years old, would be dressed in full episcopal regalia, complete with mitre, crozier, and ornate vestments that often cost more than most peasants earned in a lifetime. The child would then conduct actual religious services, deliver sermons, and make binding decisions about church matters. The transformation began at dawn with elaborate processions through cobblestone streets, The newly appointed boy bishop, carried on a portable throne by adult clergy, would bless crowds of kneeling parishioners. His child attendants, dressed as miniature canons and deacons, would follow in solemn formation, their high voices chanting Latin hymns with surprising accuracy. The regular bishop and clergy were required to serve these children, fetching water, carrying ceremonial objects, and obeying every command without question. Inside the cathedral, the boy bishop would ascend to the highest pulpit and deliver sermons that often contained surprisingly sophisticated theological arguments. These weren't improvised speeches, but carefully prepared addresses that demonstrated the extensive education these choir boys received. They would discuss complex matters of doctrine, interpret biblical passages, and even issue proclamations about local church policies. The congregation, including nobles, merchants, and clergy, listened with the same reverence they would show any adult bishop. The most remarkable aspect was the genuine authority these children wielded. Boy bishops could grant indulgences, settle disputes between parishioners, and even excommunicate adults who showed disrespect. Historical records from Canterbury Cathedral describe a 10-year-old boy bishop who successfully mediated a property dispute between two wealthy merchants, his decision being legally binding and enforced by church courts. The child's judgment was considered divinely inspired, carrying the same weight as any adult ecclesiastical ruling. The feast extended beyond religious ceremonies into elaborate banquets where social hierarchies completely inverted. Noble children would sit at high tables while their parents served them courses of roasted peacock, honeyed wine, and exotic spices. Adult servants were required to kneel before child masters, addressing them with formal titles and elaborate courtesy. Kitchen staff, stable boys, and field workers would find themselves temporarily elevated to positions of authority over their usual superiors. In royal courts, the festival took on even more dramatic proportions. Prince Edward, later King Edward I, participated in a Childermass celebration at Westminster Palace, where he and other noble children held mock court sessions. They issued royal proclamations, knighted adult courtiers with wooden swords, and made decisions about palace management that were genuinely implemented for the duration of the festival. Adult nobles were required to seek permission from these child rulers for the most basic activities. The educational aspect of these celebrations was profound and intentional. Children learned the weight of responsibility, the complexity of leadership, and the burden of making decisions that affected others. They experienced firsthand the challenges of authority, from mediating conflicts to managing resources. Many adult leaders credited their participation in Childermass festivals with teaching them essential skills they later used in genuine positions of power. The festival's darker elements reflected medieval society's complex relationship with childhood and authority. Some communities used the day to expose corruption among adult leaders, as children would often make decisions based on pure moral reasoning rather than political considerations. A boy bishop in Salisbury Cathedral famously used his temporary authority to redistribute the cathedral's wealth to local poor families, embarrassing adult clergy who had been hoarding resources. The celebrations included elaborate theatrical performances where children reenacted biblical stories, with adults playing supporting roles. These weren't simple nativity plays, but complex dramatic productions that could last for hours. Children would portray angels, saints, and even divine figures, while adults played demons, sinners, and other lesser characters. The role reversals in these performances often contained subtle social commentary about real power structures in medieval society. Regional variations of the festival developed unique characteristics. In Germanic regions, children would conduct mock trials where they judged adults for various offenses, from laziness to dishonesty. These trials, while playful in nature, often resulted in genuine public embarrassment for adults whose behavior had been questionable. French celebrations included elaborate processions where children rode horses through city streets, throwing coins to crowds and making royal proclamations about local governance. Festival's connection to the biblical massacre of innocents added a layer of solemnity to the celebrations. Children would deliver sermons about the value of young life, the protection of the vulnerable, and the responsibilities of adults toward their charges. These addresses often contained surprisingly mature insights about social justice, community responsibility, and moral obligation. Adult listeners frequently reported being moved to tears by the wisdom displayed by these temporary child leaders. The economic impact of Childermass was substantial, as communities invested significant resources in elaborate costumes, ceremonial objects, and feast preparations. Wealthy families competed to provide the most magnificent vestments for boy bishops, commissioning silk robes embroidered with gold thread and precious stones. The temporary nature of these roles made the investments even more remarkable, as these expensive items were used for just a single day each year. The festival's decline began during the Protestant Reformation, as reformers viewed the celebrations as excessive and potentially blasphemous. The idea of children wielding genuine religious authority conflicted with emerging Protestant emphasis on educated adult clergy and simplified religious practices. By the 16th century, most Childermass celebrations had been banned or significantly reduced in scope, though some communities continued modified versions well into the 17th century. Archaeological evidence of these festivals survives in the form of miniature religious artifacts, child-sized episcopal rings, and specially crafted ceremonial objects designed for young hands. Museum collections across Europe contain these remarkable items, testament to the serious nature of medieval childhood authority. The craftsmanship of these objects rivals that of adult ceremonial items, indicating the genuine respect accorded to these temporary child leaders. The psychological impact on participating children was profound and lasting. Many grew up to become influential leaders in church and state. Their early experience with authority providing valuable preparation for adult responsibilities. Historical records suggest that participation in Childermass celebrations was considered an essential part of noble education, teaching young people the weight of decision-making and the complexity of leadership in ways that no other medieval institution could provide. The Feast of Holy Innocents stands as one of medieval Europe's most fascinating social experiments, a day when society's youngest members assumed its highest responsibilities. Through this extraordinary reversal of power, medieval communities created a unique space for childhood wisdom to flourish, adult humility to develop, and social bonds to strengthen through the shared experience of temporary transformation. The echoes of these celebrations remind us that medieval society, despite its rigid hierarchies, possessed a remarkable capacity for flexibility, creativity, and recognition of human potential regardless of age. In the depths of medieval winter, when frost painted intricate patterns on shuttered windows and families huddled close to their hearths, communities across Europe celebrated one of the most delightfully absurd traditions of the season, the Bean King Festival. This peculiar celebration, also known as the Feast of Fools or Twelfth Night Revelries, transformed the rigid social order of medieval society into a topsy-turvy world where servants became masters, and the humble bean held the power to crown kings. The festival typically began on the evening of January 5th, the eve of Epiphany, when households would gather around their tables for what appeared to be an ordinary feast. But hidden within the evening's centerpiece, a specially baked cake or pudding, lay a single dried bean, waiting to transform one fortunate soul's entire night. The anticipation was palpable as family members, servants, and guests alike carefully examined each morsel, hopping to discover the precious legume that would elevate them to temporary royalty. When someone's teeth finally struck the hard bean, the room would erupt in cheers and mock fanfare. The lucky finder was immediately crowned the Bean King or Bean Queen, adorned with a paper crown and draped in whatever finery the household could muster. From that moment until dawn, this newly appointed monarch wielded absolute authority over the festivities, their every whim treated as royal decree by all present, regardless of their actual social standing. The transformation was both immediate and complete. A lowly scullery maid might find herself commanding the lord of the manor to dance a jig, while a stable boy could order the lady of the house to serve him wine. The Bean King's court was a mirror world where the natural order of medieval society was gleefully inverted, creating a brief but intoxicating taste of equality that would have been unthinkable under normal circumstances. These temporary rulers took their roles seriously, often arriving at their coronation with elaborate lists of ridiculous commands prepared in advance. They might decree that everyone must speak only in rhyme, or that all conversation must be conducted while hopping on one foot. Some bean kings established mock laws, such as requiring every third word to be turnip, or mandating that all drinks be consumed while standing on chairs. The festival's roots stretched deep into pre-Christian traditions, drawing from ancient Roman Saturnalia celebrations, where masters and slaves temporarily exchanged places. Early Christian authorities initially viewed these reversals with suspicion, seeing them as potentially subversive threats to the established order. However, the celebrations proved too popular to suppress entirely, and church leaders eventually embraced them as harmless outlets for social tension. By the 13th century, the Bean King Festival had evolved into elaborate community-wide celebrations that lasted for days. Entire villages would participate, with different households taking turns hosting the festivities. The celebration moved from home to home like a joyous plague, spreading laughter and chaos throughout the community. Local craftsmen would spend weeks preparing special costumes and props, creating elaborate masks and ridiculous outfits that transformed familiar neighbors into fantastic characters. The Bean King's retinue often included appointed courtiers with equally absurd titles. There might be a Lord of Misrule, whose job was to ensure maximum chaos, or a Chancellor of Nonsense, responsible for interpreting the Bean King's most incomprehensible commands. A keeper of the royal spoon might be tasked with ensuring the monarch's every meal was properly stirred, while the master of backward walking would lead processions in reverse through the village streets. These mock courts developed their own elaborate protocols and ceremonies. The Bean King might hold formal audiences where subjects could present petitions written in deliberately terrible poetry, or conduct knighting ceremonies using kitchen utensils instead of swords. Some celebrations featured mock trials where participants were charged with ridiculous crimes like excessive seriousness or insufficient appreciation of turnips, with punishments consisting of performing silly dances or reciting absurd proclamations. The festival's influence extended beyond individual households into the broader community. Local taverns would offer special Bean King ales, brewed with unusual ingredients like cinnamon and honey to mark the occasion. Bakers competed to create the most elaborate Bean King cakes, some reaching enormous proportions that required multiple people to carry them. These culinary masterpieces were often shaped like castles or crowns, decorated with intricate sugar work that depicted scenes of topsy-turvy revelry. Musicians and entertainers found steady work during Bean King season, traveling from celebration to celebration with repertoires of specially composed songs that celebrated the temporary monarchs. These ballads often featured lyrics that playfully mocked real nobility, while praising the wisdom and generosity of whoever happened to be wearing the paper crown that evening. The musical performances became increasingly elaborate, with some communities organizing full theatrical productions centered around their being king's reign. The festival also provided opportunities for courtship and romance, as the temporary suspension of social hierarchies allowed young people to interact more freely than usual. A merchant's daughter might find herself dancing with a blacksmith's apprentice under the Bean King's command, while a nobleman's son could be ordered to serenade a farmer's daughter. These enforced interactions sometimes blossomed into genuine relationships that continued long after the paper crowns were discarded. Regional variations of the Bean King Festival developed distinct characteristics that reflected local customs and concerns. In some areas, the celebration incorporated elements of harvest festivals, with the Bean King presiding over ceremonies that blessed the coming year's crops. Other regions emphasized the festival's connection to winter solstice traditions, using the celebration to mark the gradual return of longer days and the promise of spring's eventual arrival. The preparation for Bean King celebrations became almost as important as the festival itself. Families would spend weeks planning their contributions, preparing special foods, crafting costumes, and rehearsing the ridiculous performances they hoped to present before their temporary monarch. Children especially delighted in these preparations, often creating elaborate scenarios they hoped would catch the Bean King's attention and earn them special recognition or rewards. As the medieval period progressed, the Bean King Festival began to influence other aspects of cultural life. The tradition of temporary role reversal appeared in medieval literature, with poets and storytellers incorporating themes of upside-down worlds into their works. Some scholars argue that these festivals provided important social commentary, offering subtle critiques of existing power structures while maintaining the pretense of harmless entertainment. The festival's legacy extended far beyond its medieval origins, evolving into various modern celebrations that still echo the original spirit of joyful chaos and temporary equality. The tradition of hiding objects in special cakes persists in many cultures, while the concept of temporary rule by chance selection appears in various forms of contemporary entertainment and social experimentation. And so, as winter winds howled outside medieval windows and candlelight flickered across faces flushed with laughter and wine, the Bean King Festival provided a precious respite from the harsh realities of daily life. For one magical night, the accident of finding a small dried legume could transform anyone into royalty, creating memories that would warm hearts long after the paper crowns had crumbled and the regular order of society had resumed its familiar patterns. In the realm of medieval imagination, few festivals captured the essence of escapist fantasy, quite like the Cockaigne celebrations. These remarkable gatherings, scattered across various European regions from the 13th to 15th centuries, transformed ordinary villages into temporary paradises, where the natural order of society dissolved into joyous chaos. The concept of Cockaigne itself emerged from medieval literature, describing a mythical land where food fell from trees, rivers flowed with wine, and work was forbidden. This utopian vision resonated so deeply with common folk that communities began organizing festivals to bring these fantasies to life, creating elaborate theatrical experiences that lasted for days. The preparations for a Cockaigne festival began weeks in advance, with entire communities pooling resources to create their temporary paradise. Villagers would construct elaborate stage sets depicting the mythical land, complete with artificial trees bearing pastries, fountains flowing with ale, and buildings made entirely of bread and cheese. Master craftsmen worked alongside common laborers to build these edible architectures. Bakers would spend days creating walls of gingerbread and towers of sweet rolls, while brewers prepared massive quantities of their finest ales to fill the decorative fountains. The attention to detail was extraordinary, with every element designed to transport participants into the realm of impossible abundance. The festival typically began at dawn with the ceremonial opening of the gates to Cockaigne. A herald, dressed in robes of silk and velvet, would announce the temporary suspension of all earthly concerns. Work was forbidden, hunger was banished, and social hierarchies dissolved as nobles and peasants alike entered this realm of plenty. What made these festivals truly unusual was their complete inversion of medieval social norms. Servants commanded their masters, children gave orders to adults, and the poorest members of society were treated as royalty. This temporary reversal created an atmosphere of liberation that was both thrilling and slightly dangerous. The food at Cockaigne festivals defied all logic and restraint. Tables groaned under the weight of impossible feasts, with roasted peacocks that seemed to regenerate their meat as soon as it was consumed, and pies that revealed new layers of filling no matter how much was eaten. These theatrical illusions were achieved through clever stagecraft and the coordinated efforts of hidden servants who continuously replenished the displays. Entertainment at these festivals reflected the theme of abundance and impossibility. Performers would stage elaborate shows depicting the legends of Cockaigne, with actors playing trees that bore fruit on command, animals that cooked themselves, and fountains that granted wishes. The boundary between performer and audience often blurred, as festival goers were encouraged to participate in the ongoing spectacle. Music played a crucial role in maintaining the festival's dreamlike atmosphere. Minstrels would perform songs describing the wonders of Cockaigne, while hidden musicians created the illusion that the very air itself was filled with melody. The continuous soundtrack helped sustain the fantasy that participants had truly entered another world. The sleeping arrangements during Cockaigne festivals were as fantastical as everything else. Temporary pavilions were constructed with beds made of the softest materials available, and participants were encouraged to sleep whenever they felt tired, regardless of the time of day. This rejection of normal schedules reinforced the festival's theme of liberation from earthly constraints. Children held special significance during these celebrations, as they were seen as naturally closer to the innocent state that Cockaigne represented. Young festival goers were often given positions of mock authority, issuing playful commands to adults and leading processions through the festival grounds. Their laughter and wonder helped maintain the magical atmosphere that made these events so memorable. The religious implications of Cockaigne festivals were complex and sometimes controversial. While some clergy viewed them as harmless expressions of hope for heavenly abundance, others worried that they promoted dangerous ideas about earthly paradise. The festivals often walked a fine line between celebration and subversion, using humor and fantasy to explore themes that might otherwise be considered heretical. Weather played a crucial role in the success of these outdoor celebrations. Festival organizers developed elaborate contingency plans for rain or cold, including the construction of temporary covered areas and the preparation of warming foods and drinks. The show had to go on regardless of conditions, as the fantasy of Cockaigne demanded that earthly concerns like weather be overcome through collective will and preparation. The economic impact of Cockaigne festivals on their host communities was significant. While the initial investment was substantial, these events drew visitors from considerable distances, bringing trade and commerce to otherwise isolated villages. Merchants would set up temporary stalls selling souvenirs and specialties, creating a secondary economy around the main festival activities. The decline of Cockaigne festivals in the late medieval period reflected broader changes in European society. As centralized authority strengthened and religious orthodoxy became more rigid, these celebrations of social inversion and fantastical abundance became increasingly problematic for local authorities. The festivals gradually transformed into more conventional religious observances, or disappeared entirely. The costumes worn during Cockaigne festivals were as elaborate as the settings themselves. Participants would dress as mythical creatures, abundant fruits, or personifications of plenty. The temporary nature of the festival meant that many costumes were made from food items themselves, creating wearable art that could be consumed as part of the celebration. The legacy of Cockaigne festivals can be traced through various cultural traditions that survived into later periods. Elements of these celebrations influenced carnival traditions, harvest festivals, and even modern fantasy entertainment. The human desire to escape temporarily into a world of abundance and reversed social order proved to be a timeless theme that transcended the specific medieval context. As we reflect on these extraordinary celebrations, we see how medieval communities used collective imagination to create temporary refuges from the hardships of daily life. The Cockaigne festivals remind us that even in the most challenging times, human creativity and hope can transform ordinary spaces into realms of wonder and possibility, if only for a few precious days. The feast of Saint Martin on November 11th marked one of medieval Europe's most peculiar celebrations, where the boundary between sacred reverence and carnival chaos dissolved into something uniquely medieval. This festival honored Saint Martin of Tours, the 4th century bishop famous for cutting his military cloak in half to share with a beggar. But the medieval celebration bore little resemblance to this act of Christian charity. In the weeks leading up to St. Martin's Day, entire communities would engage in ritualistic preparations that seemed to mock the very saint they claimed to honor. The festival began with the selection of a Martin king, typically chosen through elaborate contests of gluttony, drinking, or sometimes pure chance. This temporary monarch would rule over the festivities with absolute authority, issuing ridiculous decrees and demanding tribute from his subjects. The most distinctive element of St. Martin's celebrations was the tradition of Martinmas begging, where groups of costumed revelers would roam from house to house, demanding food, drink, and money in increasingly theatrical ways. Unlike simple charity requests, these performances involved elaborate songs, dances, and dramatic presentations that could last for hours at each household. Children would craft lanterns from hollowed-out turnips or gourds, carving grotesque faces that were meant to ward off evil spirits, but often resembled demonic visages more than protective charms. These lantern processions would wind through darkened streets, creating an atmosphere that was simultaneously festive and deeply unsettling to modern sensibilities. The culinary traditions of St. Martin's Day revealed the medieval obsession with excess and transformation. Communities would slaughter geese in massive numbers, believing that eating goose on this day would bring prosperity for the coming year. The preparation of these birds involved elaborate rituals, including the practice of force-feeding geese for weeks beforehand to ensure maximum size and richness. Bakers would create special St. Martin breads shaped like the saint himself, complete with bishop's mitre and staff, which would then be ceremonially broken and distributed among the community. The act of consuming these bread saints was considered both communion and conquest, a strange fusion of Christian symbolism and pagan consumption rituals. Wine played a central role in St. Martin's festivities, with communities opening their newest vintages on this day. The tradition of Martin's wine involved elaborate blessing ceremonies where priests would sanctify barrels of wine, while crowds of revelers waited impatiently for their first taste. The consumption that followed often lasted for days, leading to widespread public intoxication that authorities struggled to control. In many regions, St. Martin's Day marked the beginning of winter hearing fairs, where servants and laborers would seek new employment for the coming year. These gatherings combined practical necessity with festival atmosphere, creating bizarre scenes where serious contract negotiations occurred alongside drunken revelry and theatrical performances. The tradition of Martin's fires involved building massive bonfires in town squares and village greens, around which communities would gather for storytelling, singing, and various forms of entertainment. These fires served both practical and symbolic purposes, providing warmth as winter approached, while also representing the light of Christian faith pushing back against the darkness of the season. Perhaps most unusual was the practice of Martin's justice, where the temporary Martin king would hold mock trials and dispense satirical punishments for various social transgressions. These proceedings often targeted local authority figures, merchants, or clergy members, allowing communities to voice grievances through the safety of festival humor. The costumes worn during St. Martin's celebrations were elaborate affairs that often took months to prepare. Participants would dress as bishops, devils, animals, or mythical creatures, creating processions that resembled theatrical performances more than religious observances. The most prized costumes were those that successfully combined sacred and profane elements, challenging viewers to distinguish between reverence and mockery. In Germanic regions, St. Martin's Day incorporated elements of ancient harvest festivals, with communities bringing their finest produce to be blessed and shared. These offerings were arranged in elaborate displays that resembled pagan altars more than Christian shrines, revealing the complex layering of religious traditions that characterized medieval spirituality. The tradition of Martin's horn involved musicians playing special fanfares throughout the festival period. But these musical pieces often incorporated secular melodies alongside sacred hymns. The resulting compositions created an auditory landscape that was both familiar and strange, reflecting the festival's position between Christian devotion and popular entertainment. Children born on St. Martin's Day were considered especially blessed, but also potentially cursed, leading to elaborate baptismal ceremonies that combined Christian rites with folk magic practices. These newborns would receive special names, blessings, and protective charms that were believed to influence their entire lives. The economic impact of St. Martin's Day was substantial, with merchants and craftspeople preparing special goods months in advance. Markets would overflow with Martin-themed merchandise, from religious icons to carnival masks, creating a commercial atmosphere that seemed to contradict the festival's supposed spiritual purpose. Whether predictions played a crucial role in St. Martin's celebrations, with communities believing that the day's conditions would determine the severity of the coming winter. Elaborate divination rituals involving animal behavior, cloud formations, and wind patterns would be performed by designated weather watchers, whose predictions carried significant social weight. The festival's conclusion involved the ritual death of the Martin King, who would be symbolically dethroned through various ceremonies that ranged from gentle mockery to elaborate theatrical productions. This transition marked the community's return to normal social hierarchies, but the memory of festival freedom would linger throughout the winter months. St. Martin's Day represented the medieval world's complex relationship with authority, spirituality, and social order, creating a temporary space where normal rules could be suspended in favor of collective celebration and individual expression. These festivals reveal how medieval communities balanced their need for structure with their desire for freedom, creating traditions that were simultaneously sacred and profane, orderly and chaotic. As winter's grip began to loosen across medieval England, communities prepared for one of their most peculiar agricultural celebrations. Plow Monday, observed on the first Monday after Epiphany, marked the symbolic return to farming life after the Christmas festivities. This unusual festival combined religious devotion, community bonding, and theatrical spectacle in ways that would seem utterly bizarre to modern observers. The origins of Plow Monday trace back to pre-Christian fertility rituals, gradually absorbed into medieval Christian tradition. Farmers would drag their decorated plows through village streets, accompanied by elaborately costumed performers known as plow bullocks or plow jags. These men, often the strongest workers in the community, would dress in ribbons, bells, and sometimes women's clothing, creating a cacophony of sound and color that announced the festival's arrival. The central ritual involved blessing the plow itself, transforming this essential farming tool into a sacred object. Village priests would sprinkle holy water over the wooden and iron implements, while communities gathered to witness this unusual ceremony. The blessed plow was then paraded through every street, accompanied by traditional songs that mixed Christian prayers with ancient agricultural chants. What made Plow Monday particularly strange was the tradition of plow dragging for charity. The costumed performers would pull their decorated plows from house to house, demanding coins or food from residents. Those who refused to contribute faced an unusual punishment. The plow bullocks would actually plow up their front gardens or doorsteps, leaving behind furrows of earth as a mark of their displeasure. The costumes worn during Plow Monday celebrations defied conventional medieval dress codes. Men would adorn themselves with colorful ribbons, animal tails, and elaborate headdresses made from straw and flowers. Some participants wore masks carved from wood or fashioned from animal hides, creating grotesque faces meant to ward off evil spirits and ensure agricultural prosperity. Music played a crucial role in these celebrations, with participants carrying drums, bells, and crude wind instruments. The resulting cacophony served multiple purposes: entertaining the crowds, maintaining rhythm for the plow pulling, and supposedly frightening away malevolent forces that might threaten the coming growing season. The songs themselves were often improvised, mixing traditional melodies with contemporary gossip and humor. The theatrical aspects of Plow Monday included elaborate mock battles and dramatic performances. Groups of plow bullocks would engage in staged fights using wooden swords and shields, representing the eternal struggle between winter and spring, death and rebirth. These performances often incorporated local legends and historical events, creating a unique form of community theater. Food traditions associated with Plow Monday were equally distinctive. Communities would prepare special breads shaped like plows, oxen, and farming tools. These edible sculptures were blessed alongside the actual plows and later shared among participants. The bread-making process itself became a communal activity, with families contributing ingredients and labor to create these ceremonial loaves. The religious aspects of Plow Monday created interesting tensions within medieval Christianity. While officially sanctioned by many parishes, the festival's pagan origins and sometimes raucous behavior troubled church authorities. Some bishops attempted to ban or modify the celebrations, leading to creative compromises where communities would begin festivities with solemn church services before erupting into their traditional revelries. Regional variations of Plow Monday developed across different parts of England, each adding local customs and traditions. In some areas, participants would carry miniature plows instead of full-sized implements, while others incorporated elaborate puppet shows or animal impersonations into their celebrations. These regional differences reflected local agricultural practices and community preferences. The economic aspects of Plow Monday served important social functions within medieval communities. The money and food collected during house-to-house visits helped support agricultural workers during the lean winter months. This system of seasonal charity ensured that farming families could survive until spring planting began, creating a practical safety net disguised as festive entertainment. Women's roles in Plow Monday celebrations varied significantly between communities. While men dominated the plow pulling and costume-wearing aspects, women often organized the food preparation and managed the collected donations. Some regions featured separate women's processions, complete with their own decorated farming implements and traditional songs. The symbolic significance of Plow Monday extended beyond mere agricultural preparation. The festival represented community solidarity, the cyclical nature of rural life, and the connection between human labor and divine blessing. Participants believed that proper celebration of Plow Monday would ensure successful harvests, healthy livestock, and protection from natural disasters. Documentation of Plow Monday celebrations appears in various medieval chronicles and church records, though often with disapproving commentary from clerical authorities. These historical accounts provide fascinating glimpses into the festival's evolution, showing how communities adapted ancient traditions to fit changing religious and social circumstances. The decline of Plow Monday began during the later medieval period, as agricultural practices modernized and urban populations grew. However, some communities maintained modified versions of the celebration well into the early modern era, demonstrating the deep cultural significance of these unusual agricultural festivals. Modern historians studying Plow Monday have uncovered connections to similar festivals across medieval Europe, suggesting that these agricultural celebrations represented widespread cultural patterns rather than isolated English customs. The festival's combination of religious devotion, community cooperation, and theatrical performance exemplified the complex social dynamics of medieval rural life. The legacy of Plow Monday continues to influence our understanding of medieval seasonal celebrations and their role in maintaining community cohesion. These unusual festivals remind us that medieval people found creative ways to mark important transitions in their agricultural calendar, blending practical necessity with spiritual significance and communal entertainment in ways that seem wonderfully strange to contemporary observers. In the rolling hills of Cornwall and Devon, where ancient Celtic traditions merged with medieval Christian customs, communities developed some of the most peculiar and enduring festival traditions in all of Britain. The hobby horse festivals, with their mysterious origins and hypnotic rituals, transformed ordinary market towns into theaters of ancient magic and community celebration. Most famous of these celebrations occurs in Padstow, Cornwall, where May Day brings the entire town under the spell of the Abbeys. This isn't merely a festival, but a complete transformation of reality, where the boundary between performer and audience, between ancient and modern, dissolves entirely. The preparation begins weeks in advance, as the town's residents prepare costumes, practice songs, and ready themselves for a day that will blur the lines between celebration and ritual possession. The Padstow Abbeys itself is a magnificent and terrifying creation. Picture a circular frame, nearly 6 feet in diameter, draped in heavy black tarpaulin that sweeps the ground. At the front, a fierce horse's head rises on a wooden pole, painted in bold colors with snapping jaws and wild eyes. The person beneath this construction becomes something more than human, transformed into a creature of ancient power and mischief. The festival begins before dawn on May Day, as the town awakens to the sound of drums and accordions. Groups of musicians and singers, dressed in white with red or blue sashes, move through the narrow streets, their voices carrying the ancient May song. The words themselves seem to cast a spell over the town, drawing people from their homes and into the growing procession. When the Abbeys finally emerges from its stable, the atmosphere becomes electric. The creature moves with an otherworldly grace, spinning and dancing to the rhythm of the drums. Its black skirts billow and swirl, creating a hypnotic display that draws spectators into its orbit. Children dare each other to run close enough to touch the mysterious figure, while adults find themselves unconsciously swaying to the ancient rhythms. The os is accompanied by its teaser, a figure dressed in white who carries a club and engages in a complex dance with the horse. This relationship between teaser and os forms the heart of the ritual, an interplay of challenge and submission, pursuit and retreat, that speaks to something deep in the human psyche. The teaser guides the os through the town, leading it to houses where the residents offer drinks and food, blessing the household with the creature's presence. Throughout the day, the procession winds through every street in Padstow, the music never stopping, the energy never flagging. The os visits the harbor, where fishing boats are blessed for the coming season. It dances around the maypole in the town center, where ribbons are woven in patterns that mirror the creature's own circular movements. The entire community becomes part of the performance, singing the responses to the May song, clapping in rhythm, and following the procession through the ancient streets. But Padstow is not alone in its devotion to the hobby horse tradition. In nearby Munhud, Somerset, the hobby horse takes on a different character entirely. Here, 3 separate horses emerge on May Day, each with its own distinct personality and following. The Munhud horses are smaller, more agile creatures, capable of sudden movements and playful tricks that delight and surprise the crowds. The Minehead tradition includes the curious custom of the horse dying and being revived during the festival. At certain points in the day, the horse will suddenly collapse, its music stopping, its followers gathering around in apparent grief. Then, through the power of song and community will, the creature is brought back to life, leaping up with renewed vigor to continue its dance through the streets. In Coombe Martin, Devon, the hobby horse tradition takes on an even more elaborate form. Here, the festival extends over 4 days, with different horses appearing on different days. The Earl of Roan, a figure representing the last Saxon lord of the area, is hunted through the town by the grenadiers, only to be captured and paraded through the streets on the back of a hobby horse. This tradition blends historical memory with mythical storytelling, creating a narrative that speaks to themes of conquest, resistance, and renewal. The construction of these hobby horses is an art form in itself, passed down through generations of craftsmen who guard their techniques jealously. The frames are built from flexible wood, carefully shaped to allow for the dramatic movements that characterize the dance. The coverings are sewn from heavy materials that can withstand hours of vigorous activity, while the heads are carved and painted with expressions that seem to change with the light and the angle of viewing. The music that accompanies these festivals is equally ancient and mysterious. The May songs contain verses that scholars believe date back to pre-Christian times, with references to fertility rituals and seasonal celebrations that predate the arrival of Christianity in Britain. The melodies themselves have a hypnotic quality, designed to induce a trance-like state in both performers and spectators. The role of the person inside the hobby horse is both honored and demanding. These individuals, known as ossers, must possess not only physical stamina, but also an intuitive understanding of the crowd's mood and energy. They learn to read the subtle cues of the music and the movements of their teaser, responding with movements that seem to channel something beyond human consciousness. The psychological effect of these festivals on participants and observers is profound and lasting. Many describe feeling transported to another time and place, as if the ancient spirits of the land have temporarily taken possession of the community. The repetitive music, the swirling movements, and the collective participation create an altered state of consciousness that can be both exhilarating and deeply moving. Modern scholars have identified connections between the British hobby horse traditions and similar festivals throughout Europe and beyond. The Mari Elwyd of Wales, with its horse skull and white sheet, shares obvious similarities. The Skimmel Raider traditions of Germany and the Netherlands show parallel developments in different cultural contexts. These connections suggest that the hobby horse represents something fundamental in human nature, a need to connect with the natural world and the cycles of the seasons. The survival of these traditions through centuries of social change speaks to their deep cultural significance. They have weathered the Reformation, the Industrial Revolution, 2 world wars, and the digital age, adapting and evolving while maintaining their essential character. In our modern world of global connectivity and urban living, these festivals provide a rare opportunity to experience community celebration in its most authentic and powerful form. As we drift deeper into sleep, let the image of the hobby horse carry you into dreams of ancient celebration and timeless ritual. Picture the swirling black skirts. Hear the hypnotic rhythm of drums and voices. Feel the collective energy of a community united in celebration of mysteries that transcend understanding. In this space between waking and sleeping, between ancient and modern, let the spirit of the Abbeys guide you into peaceful rest. The feast of Saint Nicholas on December 6th brought forth one of medieval Europe's most peculiar traditions of social inversion. In cathedrals and monasteries across the continent, young choir boys would elect one of their own as boy bishop, temporarily revering the rigid hierarchies that governed daily life. This wasn't mere child's play, but a sanctioned ritual that allowed the youngest members of religious communities to assume positions of authority over their elders. The ceremony began at Vespers on December 5th, when the boys would process solemnly through the cathedral, their voices echoing off stone walls as they sang the Magnificat. The chosen boy bishop, dressed in miniature episcopal vestments, complete with mitre and crozier, would lead his fellow choir boys in a procession that mirrored the dignity of actual religious ceremonies. These weren't costumes hastily thrown together, but carefully crafted garments that reflected the serious nature of this temporary transformation. For the next 24 hours, the boy bishop held genuine authority within the cathedral community. He could preach sermons, though these were often filled with gentle mockery of adult foibles and the absurdities of daily life. The young prelate would bless congregants, lead prayers, and even collect offerings, all while the adult clergy observed with amused tolerance. This wasn't chaos disguised as ceremony, but a carefully orchestrated celebration that served multiple purposes within medieval society. Tradition spread far beyond cathedral walls, reaching into secular communities where children would elect their own temporary mayors and magistrates. In some English towns, the boy bishop would lead processions through the streets, stopping at wealthy households to collect donations for the poor. These weren't simple requests for charity, but ceremonial visits where the young bishop would deliver blessings and brief sermons to householders who received them with the same reverence they would show to actual clergy. The theological justification for this unusual practice came from Christ's own words about the meek inheriting the earth and the last becoming first. Medieval theologians saw the boy bishop tradition as a living embodiment of these teachings, a temporary glimpse of the divine kingdom where earthly hierarchies would be overturned. The sight of adults bowing before children, even in playful ceremony, served as a powerful reminder of spiritual humility and the temporary nature of worldly authority. In France, the tradition took on regional variations that reflected local customs and concerns. Norman cathedrals would see their boy bishops deliver elaborate Latin sermons that demonstrated the quality of cathedral education, while in Provence, the young prelates would lead processions to local shrines, their voices carrying ancient hymns through narrow medieval streets. Each region adapted the celebration to reflect its own spiritual and cultural priorities. The boy bishop's sermon often became the highlight of the celebration, as these young orators would deliver surprisingly sophisticated commentary on adult behavior. They would gently mock the vanity of fashion, the greed of merchants, and the pride of nobles, all while maintaining the proper theological framework that made such criticism acceptable. These weren't random, childish complaints, but carefully crafted observations that adult audiences would receive with laughter and occasional uncomfortable recognition. The economic aspect of the celebration couldn't be ignored, as communities would often provide special foods and entertainment for the boy bishop's feast. Wealthy patrons would commission elaborate meals featuring delicacies normally reserved for actual episcopal visits. The temporary nature of the honor made it all the more precious, as families would spare no expense to properly celebrate their child's brief elevation to ecclesiastical authority. The tradition extended into the realm of education, where cathedral schools would use the boy bishop ceremony as a teaching tool. Young scholars would learn the proper forms of ecclesiastical address, the structure of religious ceremonies, and the responsibilities of spiritual leadership through direct participation. This wasn't mere observation of adult activities, but hands-on education in the complexities of medieval religious life. Some boy bishops would use their temporary authority to address genuine community concerns, petitioning adult leaders for improvements to schools, better treatment of the poor, or repairs to local infrastructure. These weren't childish demands, but thoughtfully presented requests that adults would often take seriously, recognizing the wisdom that could emerge from youthful perspectives, unburdened by political considerations. The celebration would conclude with the boy bishop formally returning his vestments and authority to the adult clergy, but not before delivering a final blessing to the congregation. This moment of transition marked the return to normal hierarchies, yet the memory of the temporary inversion would linger throughout the year. The adults who had bowed before children would carry with them a reminder of the spiritual equality that transcended earthly distinctions. The tradition faced criticism from some quarters, particularly from reformers who saw it as undignified mockery of sacred offices. However, the practice persisted for centuries because it served essential social functions, providing a safety valve for tensions while reinforcing rather than undermining religious authority. The carefully controlled nature of the inversion actually strengthened normal hierarchies by demonstrating their temporary and ultimately arbitrary nature. Regional variations in the boy bishop tradition reflected local concerns and customs. In Germanic regions, the young bishops would often lead processions to local markets, where they would bless merchants and their goods, while delivering brief homilies on honest trade and fair dealing. These weren't mere ceremonial visits, but opportunities for communities to reflect on the spiritual dimensions of daily commerce. The music associated with boy bishop celebrations developed its own distinctive character, with composers creating special pieces that could be performed by young voices while maintaining the dignity appropriate to the occasion. These compositions often featured complex harmonies that showcased the training of cathedral choirs, while providing suitable accompaniment for the ceremonial processions and services. The Feast of St. Nicholas and its boy bishop tradition represented one of medieval Europe's most sophisticated approaches to social commentary and spiritual education. Through carefully orchestrated role reversal, communities could explore themes of authority, humility, and spiritual equality while maintaining the stability of their social structures. The laughter that accompanied these celebrations carried deeper meanings about the nature of power and the temporary character of all earthly distinctions. As winter's grip tightened across medieval Europe, communities prepared for one of the most elaborate and mystical celebrations of the church calendar. The Feast of the Epiphany, observed on January 6th, marked the revelation of Christ to the Gentiles through the visit of the Magi. But in medieval times, this sacred occasion transformed into something far more complex and theatrical than modern observers might expect. The celebration began not on January 6th itself, but stretched across the entire period known as the 12 Days of Christmas. From December 25th through January 6th, communities engaged in a continuous cycle of religious observance, folk tradition, and social inversion that blurred the lines between sacred and secular, order and chaos. In the great cathedrals and parish churches, the Epiphany service took on a grandeur that rivaled Easter itself. Elaborate processions recreated the journey of the Magi, with 3 chosen men from the community dressed in the finest robes available, carrying gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. These weren't simple theatrical props, but actual precious items donated by wealthy patrons or borrowed from church treasuries. The procession would begin before dawn, often starting from a location outside the town or village to symbolize the long journey from the east. Carrying lanterns and torches, the mock magi would travel through the darkened streets, stopping at predetermined locations to ask for directions to the newborn king. Local residents, coached in their responses, would point the way toward the church, creating an interactive drama that involved the entire community. Upon reaching the church, the 3 kings would present their gifts at an elaborate nativity scene, often featuring life-sized figures and sometimes even live animals. The moment of revelation was marked by the sudden illumination of hundreds of candles and oil lamps, creating a spectacular display of light that symbolized the divine revelation. The effect in the dim, stone interior of a medieval church must have been absolutely breathtaking. But the religious ceremony was only the beginning of the Epiphany celebration. Throughout medieval Europe, January 6th was also the traditional day for the election of the King of Fools, or Lord of Misrule, a temporary ruler who would preside over several days of sanctioned chaos and social inversion. This figure, chosen by lot or popular acclaim, held the power to issue mock decrees, organize games and contests, and generally turned the normal social order upside down. The selection process itself was often elaborate and ritualized. In some regions, a special cake called the 12th Night Cake was baked with a bean or small token hidden inside. Whoever found the token in their slice became the temporary ruler. In other areas, lots were drawn from a hat, or the honor rotated among different guilds or social groups. The chosen individual would be crowned with a paper crown or elaborate headdress, given a mock scepter, and installed in a position of temporary authority. Under the rule of the Lord of Misrule, normal social hierarchies were deliberately inverted. Servants could give orders to masters, children could command adults, and the poor could mock the wealthy with impunity. This wasn't mere chaos, but a carefully controlled release valve for social tensions, allowing communities to express frustrations and grievances in a sanctioned, temporary context. The games and activities organized during this period were often elaborate and highly creative. Mock trials were held where social conventions were put on trial and found guilty of various absurd crimes. Elaborate pageants recreated biblical stories with deliberately comic interpretations. Dancing, singing, and feasting continued throughout the day, and often well into the night. Food played a central role in Epiphany celebrations, with communities preparing special dishes that wouldn't appear at any other time of year. The 12th night cake was just one example. In many regions, special breads were baked in the shapes of crowns, stars, or the three kings themselves. These weren't simple decorative items, but complex culinary creations that required considerable skill and planning to produce. Wassailing, the practice of singing to fruit trees and sharing spiced ale or cider, reached its peak during the Epiphany season. Groups of wassailers would visit orchards, singing traditional songs and pouring libations on the roots of apple and pear trees to ensure a good harvest in the coming year. The wassail bowl itself was often an elaborate creation, decorated with ribbons and filled with a complex mixture of ale, wine, spices, and roasted apples. The tradition of mumming also flourished during the Epiphany period. Groups of masked performers would travel from house to house, performing short plays or sketches that often involved themes of death and resurrection, conflict between good and evil, or comic interactions between stock characters. These performances weren't simply entertainment, but carried deep symbolic meaning related to the turning of the year and the triumph of light over darkness. In some regions, the Epiphany celebration included elaborate water blessing ceremonies. Priests would process to local rivers, wells, or springs, blessing the water with special prayers, and sometimes immersing crosses or other sacred objects. Communities believed that water blessed on Epiphany possessed special healing properties and would collect it in containers to use throughout the year for treating illness or protecting against evil. The practice of chalking the door also emerged during this period. Using blessed chalk, householders would inscribe the initials of the three kings, Casper, Melchior, and Balthazar, along with the year, above their doorways. This wasn't merely decorative, but served as a form of protection, blessing the household for the coming year and warding off evil influences. Children played special roles in many Epiphany traditions. In some areas, groups of children would dress as the three kings and travel from house to house, singing carols and collecting small gifts or coins. This practice, known as star singing, often involved carrying elaborate star-shaped lanterns and performing short plays or recitations about the biblical story. The contrast between the sacred and secular elements of Epiphany celebrations created a unique atmosphere that modern observers might find difficult to understand. The same day that began with solemn religious ceremony would continue with raucous games, elaborate feasts, and social inversion. Yet medieval communities saw no contradiction in this combination, viewing both elements as essential parts of a complete celebration. As the Epiphany season drew to a close, communities would engage in ritual cleansing and preparation for the return to normal life. The Lord of Misrule would be ceremonially deposed, often in a mock trial or elaborate ceremony. Decorations would be removed, special foods consumed, and the community would settle back into its regular rhythms and hierarchies. The Feast of the Epiphany represented one of the most complex and layered celebrations in the medieval calendar, combining deep religious significance with elaborate folk traditions, solemn ceremony with sanctioned chaos, and community bonding with individual expression in the quiet darkness of a winter night. As the celebrations finally ended and normal life resumed, medieval communities had experienced something that touched both the sacred and the profane, the eternal and the temporal, creating memories that would sustain them through the long months ahead. In the depths of February, when winter's grip tightened across medieval Europe, communities gathered for one of the most peculiar and touching celebrations of the ecclesiastical calendar. The Feast of Saint Blaise, observed on February 3rd, transformed ordinary villages into scenes of remarkable devotion, where the blessing of throats became a communal ritual that bound neighbors together in shared faith and mutual care. Saint Blaise himself was a figure shrouded in legend and mystery. A 4th century bishop of Sebastia in Armenia, he was said to possess miraculous healing powers, particularly for ailments of the throat and respiratory system. According to medieval accounts, Blaise had retreated to a cave during the persecution of Christians under Emperor Licinius, where wild animals would come to him for healing and blessing. His reputation as a healer grew so renowned that even in hiding, people sought him out for miraculous cures. Saint's martyrdom, as recorded in medieval hagiographies, was particularly gruesome and directly connected to the throat blessing tradition. Captured by Roman soldiers, Blaise was tortured with iron combs used for carding wool, instruments that tore at his flesh in ways that medieval minds associated with throat ailments. Before his execution, he was said to have prayed that anyone who invoked his name for throat troubles would be healed, establishing the foundation for centuries of devotional practice. Medieval celebrations of Saint Blaise's feast day began before dawn in most communities. The parish church would be prepared with special candles, blessed the previous day during Candlemas, arranged in crossed pairs that would become the central symbol of the throat blessing ceremony. These candles, made from the finest beeswax available to the community, were often donated by local guilds or wealthy patrons as acts of devotion and community service. The morning procession to church took on an almost magical quality in the pre-dawn darkness. Families would emerge from their homes carrying small lanterns or torches, creating streams of light that converged on the parish church like tributaries flowing toward a river. Children, often suffering from the winter coughs and throat ailments common in medieval times, were carried or led by hand, their parents whispering prayers and promises of healing. Inside the church, the ceremony itself was both simple and profound. The priest, wearing special vestments reserved for this occasion, would hold 2 blessed candles in the shape of a cross. Each parishioner would approach the altar, kneeling while the crossed candles were held near their throat. The blessing, spoken in Latin, invoked Saint Blaise's intercession for protection against throat ailments, choking, and respiratory diseases that claimed so many lives in medieval communities. What made this celebration particularly unusual was the democratic nature of the blessing. Unlike many medieval religious ceremonies that reinforced social hierarchies, the throat blessing was administered to all members of the community, regardless of social status. Lords and peasants, merchants and beggars, all knelt in the same manner, received the same blessing, and participated in the same communal hope for health and protection. The candles used in the ceremony carried deep symbolic meaning beyond their practical function. Medieval theologians interpreted the crossed candles as representing the intersection of divine and earthly realms, the point where heavenly healing power met human need. The wax itself, produced by bees in their perfect hexagonal cells, was seen as a symbol of the ordered creation of God, while the flame represented the light of faith that could drive away the darkness of illness and despair. Following the formal blessing ceremony, many communities extended the celebration into more festive activities. Bakers would prepare special throat-shaped pastries, often twisted into knots or braided forms that symbolically represented the protection of the throat and neck. These breads, blessed by the priest after the morning service, were distributed to families, and especially to children, who would eat them as both nourishment and continued protection. The guild system of medieval towns often played a significant role in St. Blaise celebrations. Wool combers and textile workers held particular devotion to the saint, given his martyrdom by wool combing implements. These guilds would sponsor elaborate processions, carrying banners depicting the saint's martyrdom, and organizing communal feasts that brought together workers from across the textile industry. In some regions, particularly in Germanic territories, the feast of Saint Blaise incorporated elements that seemed to blur the line between Christian devotion and folk magic. Families would collect the blessed candles from the church service and take them home, where they would be lit during thunderstorms or times of illness. The smoke from these candles was believed to carry protective properties, and small pieces of the blessed wax would be dissolved in water to create healing drinks for those suffering from throat ailments. The medical understanding of the medieval period lent particular urgency to throat blessings. Respiratory diseases, including what we now know as diphtheria, tuberculosis, and various forms of pneumonia, were leading causes of death, especially among children. The blessing of Saint Blaise represented not just spiritual comfort, but a genuine attempt to invoke divine intervention against very real and frequently fatal medical conditions. Monastery communities often marked the feast with special observances that extended beyond the simple throat blessing. Monastic infirmaries would prepare herbal remedies and throat soothers, combining the spiritual blessing with practical medical care. Monks skilled in healing arts would make themselves available to the local community, offering both religious comfort and whatever medical knowledge they possessed. The celebration also provided an opportunity for communities to address social needs. Families would check on elderly neighbors, ensuring they had received the blessing and had adequate food and warmth during the harsh winter months. The communal nature of the celebration fostered a sense of mutual responsibility that extended far beyond the church walls. Children's participation in the feast of Saint Blaise created lasting memories and established patterns of faith that would continue throughout their lives. Young ones would often be given small wooden crosses or simple medallions depicting Saint Blaise, tokens they would carry as protection against throat ailments. These objects, blessed during the ceremony, became treasured possessions that connected children to their community's spiritual traditions. The artistic traditions surrounding Saint Blaise celebrations produced remarkable works of medieval religious art. Church walls would be decorated with frescoes depicting the saint's life and martyrdom, while illuminated manuscripts contained elaborate illustrations of the throat blessing ceremony. These artistic representations served both decorative and educational purposes, helping illiterate parishioners understand the significance of their participation in the ritual. As winter's grip slowly loosened and February progressed toward spring, the memory of Saint Blaise's blessing provided comfort and hope to medieval communities. The crossed candles, carefully preserved in homes throughout the year, served as tangible reminders of divine protection and communal care. In times of illness or distress, families would light these blessed candles, creating small sanctuaries of faith within their own homes. The feast of Saint Blaise represented something uniquely beautiful in medieval religious life, a celebration that combined profound spiritual devotion with practical concern for community health and welfare. In an age when medical knowledge was limited and mortality rates were high, this gentle ritual offered both hope and healing, creating bonds of faith and mutual care that sustained communities through the darkest months of winter. Lammas Day, celebrated on August 1st, marked one of medieval Europe's most significant harvest festivals, blending ancient pagan traditions with Christian observances in ways that created uniquely unusual celebrations across different regions. The name itself derives from the Old English H-Laugh Mass, meaning loaf mass, referring to the Christian custom of blessing the first loaves baked from newly harvested grain. However, beneath this Christian veneer lay much older Celtic and Anglo-Saxon traditions that medieval communities never fully abandoned. In rural England, Lammas Day began before dawn with the ceremonial cutting of the first wheat sheaf. The lord of the manor would often perform this honor himself, using a silver sickle that had been blessed by the local priest. The sheaf would then be carried in procession to the church, accompanied by villagers singing ancient harvest songs that predated Christianity by centuries. What made Lammas particularly unusual was the temporary suspension of normal social hierarchies. For this one day, peasants could demand certain privileges from their lords, including the right to glean in fields that were typically forbidden to them. Some regions observed tenant right, where serfs could challenge their lords' decisions in mock courts presided over by elected harvest kings and queens. The bread blessing ceremony itself involved elaborate rituals that varied dramatically between regions. In some areas, priests would bless dozens of loaves simultaneously, arranging them in complex patterns on the altar that supposedly represented the cycle of seasons. These blessed loaves were believed to possess protective powers, with pieces saved throughout the year to ward off storms, disease, and evil spirits. Scottish Lammas celebrations incorporated the ancient Lugnasad traditions, featuring competitive games that tested skills essential for survival. Men would compete in stone throwing, wrestling, and tests of strength, while women demonstrated their expertise in spinning, weaving, and food preparation. The winners received crowns made from the first grain stalks, becoming temporary royalty for the remainder of the festival. One of the most unusual Lammas traditions occurred in parts of Ireland, where communities would construct enormous corn dollies, human-like figures woven from grain stalks that could reach heights of 10 feet or more. These dollies represented the spirit of the harvest and were paraded through villages before being ceremonially burned at sunset, their ashes scattered across fields to ensure future fertility. Welsh Lammas celebrations featured the curious practice of hand-fasting temporary marriage contracts that lasted exactly 1 year and 1 day. Couples could enter these trial marriages during Lammas festivities, living together with full community recognition until the following Lammas, when they could choose to formalize their union or part ways without social stigma. The feast preparations for Lammas were extraordinary in their scope and symbolism. Communities would bake special breads shaped like sheaves of wheat, animals, or human figures, each carrying specific meanings. Lamb-shaped loaves represented sacrifice and renewal, while human-shaped breads called harvest men were believed to embody the spirit of the grain itself. German Lammas traditions included the unusual practice of grain racing, where young people would run through fields carrying bundles of wheat, while others attempted to knock the grain from their arms using long wooden poles. The last person standing with grain intact would be crowned the harvest champion and exempted from field work for the remainder of the season. French regions celebrated Lammas with elaborate processions featuring decorated carts pulled by oxen adorned with flowers and ribbons. These carts carried the season's first fruits and grains, along with effigies representing various agricultural deities. The processions would wind through every street in the village, stopping at each household to receive offerings of bread, ale, or coins. The evening celebrations often featured unusual divination practices centered around grain and bread. Young women would bake special loaves with their initials carved into the crust, believing that the way the bread rose and browned would predict their romantic futures. Cracked loaves meant heartbreak, while perfectly risen bread promised a happy marriage within the year. Some regions practiced corn crying, where the entire community would gather in the largest field at sunset and collectively wail or sing mournful songs to mourn the death of the grain spirit. This ritual acknowledged that harvesting grain meant destroying living plants, and the ceremony was believed to appease any angry spirits while ensuring their cooperation for future harvests. The most unusual Lammas tradition might have been the bread courts, held in certain English villages, where disputes over grain quality, field boundaries, and harvest rights were settled by judges chosen from among the local bakers. These courts operated under special Lammas law, with punishments often involving public humiliation, using grain-related props like being pelted with flour or forced to wear crowns made of moldy bread. Children participated in their own unique Lammas customs, including games where they would weave intricate patterns from wheat stalks, while reciting ancient rhymes about harvest spirits. The most skilled young weavers would create miniature corn dollies that were believed to protect their families' food stores throughout the coming winter months. The festival typically concluded with community bonfires, where the year's agricultural waste was burned, creating massive blazes visible for miles around. People would throw pieces of the blessed Lammas bread into these fires, while making wishes for the coming year, believing that the smoke would carry their desires directly to the heavens. As Christianity strengthened its hold over medieval Europe, many of these pagan-influenced Lammas traditions were gradually suppressed or transformed into more acceptable Christian observances. However, in remote rural areas, the old customs persisted well into the modern era, maintaining their connection to humanity's ancient relationship with the cycles of agriculture and the mysterious forces that governed the harvest season. In the late summer heat of medieval Europe, when the harvest moon began to rise and the air grew thick with anticipation, communities would gather for one of the most peculiar celebrations in the Christian calendar, the Feast of Saint Bartholomew, observed on August 24th, transformed ordinary villages into theaters of the macabre, where the boundaries between reverence and spectacle blurred in the most unsettling ways. Saint Bartholomew, one of the 12 apostles, met his end through flaying, his skin methodically removed while he remained conscious. This gruesome martyrdom became the foundation for festivals that would make even the most hardened medieval observers pause in wonder. The celebrations that emerged in his honor were unlike anything else in the liturgical year, combining deep religious devotion with displays that bordered on the theatrical and disturbing. Picture the cobblestone squares of 13th century towns across England, France, and the Germanic regions. As dawn broke on August 24th, the air would fill with the sound of hammering and construction. Temporary stages rose from the ground like mushrooms after rain, while artisans worked feverishly to complete their most unsettling creations. The Feast of Saint Bartholomew demanded nothing less than a complete transformation of the community space. The centerpiece of these celebrations was invariably a life-sized effigy of the saint himself, crafted with painstaking attention to anatomical detail. Master craftsmen would spend weeks preparing these figures, using techniques passed down through generations of festival organizers. The effigies were constructed with removable outer layers, designed to simulate the saint's martyrdom in the most realistic manner possible for the technology of the time. What made these festivals particularly unusual was the community's active participation in the symbolic flaying. Unlike other religious celebrations, where the congregation remained passive observers, the Feast of Saint Bartholomew required volunteers from the community to step forward and participate in the ritual removal of the effigy's outer covering. This wasn't a task taken lightly, nor was it assigned randomly. The selection process for these participants followed strict protocols that varied from region to region. In some communities, the honor fell to those who had recovered from serious illnesses during the previous year, their healing attributed to Saint Bartholomew's intercession. In others, it was reserved for craftsmen whose work involved the manipulation of hides and skins, tanners, leather workers, and butchers, who understood the significance of the saint's particular form of martyrdom. The preparation of these volunteers was as elaborate as the construction of the effigy itself. For 7 days prior to the festival, the chosen participants would undergo a period of purification that included fasting, prayer, and ritual cleansing. They would be instructed in the proper techniques for the ceremonial removal of the effigy's layers, taught the specific prayers and invocations that must accompany each stage of the process. On the morning of the festival, these volunteers would dress in special ceremonial garments, often white robes that symbolized purity and spiritual cleansing. Their hands would be blessed by the local clergy, and they would receive communion before beginning their sacred task. The entire community would gather in the central square, forming concentric circles around the effigy, creating an amphitheater of witnesses. The ceremony would begin with the reading of Saint Bartholomew's martyrdom from the Golden Legend, that collection of saints' lives that captivated medieval imaginations. As the words echoed across the square, describing in vivid detail the saints' suffering and unwavering faith, the volunteers would approach the effigy with tools that had been specially consecrated for the occasion. What followed was a slow, methodical process that could last for hours. Each layer of the effigy's covering was removed with deliberate care, accompanied by specific prayers and hymns sung by the assembled crowd. The removed materials weren't discarded carelessly, but were collected in special containers, treated as sacred relics that would be distributed among the faithful or preserved for future celebrations. The psychological impact of these festivals on medieval communities cannot be understated. For people living in an age where death was a constant companion, and suffering was often viewed as a path to spiritual purification, the feast of Saint Bartholomew provided a unique opportunity to confront mortality in a controlled, communal setting. The graphic nature of the celebration served as both a reminder of human frailty and a testament to the power of faith to transcend physical suffering. Children were not excluded from these festivals, though their participation was carefully managed. Young people would often be assigned the task of collecting the removed materials or maintaining the ceremonial fires that burned throughout the celebration. This early exposure to the festival's themes was considered an important part of their religious education, preparing them for the realities of adult faith and the sacrifices it might demand. The economic impact of these festivals on medieval communities was substantial. Months of preparation were required, involving not just the construction of effigies and stages, but also the procurement of special foods, the brewing of ceremonial ales, and the creation of commemorative items that visitors could purchase as tokens of their participation. Entire industries grew up around the feast of Saint Bartholomew, from specialized craftsmen who traveled from town to town creating effigies, to performers who developed dramatic presentations of the saint's life and martyrdom. The musical traditions associated with these festivals were equally distinctive. Composers created special hymns and chants that incorporated the sounds of the flaying process itself, the scraping and tearing noises woven into complex musical arrangements that enhanced the ceremony's emotional impact. These compositions were often performed by trained choirs who had practiced for months to achieve the precise timing and tonal qualities required. Regional variations in the feast of Saint Bartholomew reflected local customs and theological emphases. In some areas, the festival incorporated elements of harvest celebrations, with the removal of the effigy's layers, symbolizing the stripping away of grain husks to reveal the nourishing kernel within. Other regions emphasized the medical aspects of Saint Bartholomew's patronage, with local healers and physicians playing prominent roles in the ceremonies. The most elaborate versions of these festivals could extend for multiple days, with different aspects of Saint Bartholomew's life and martyrdom explored through various ceremonial activities. Markets would spring up around the celebration sites, selling everything from religious artifacts to practical items like leather goods and medical supplies, all blessed by the clergy and imbued with the saints' protective power. Documentation of these festivals comes to us through various medieval sources, including church records, civic accounts, and the occasional horrified observation by visiting clergy from other regions. Some bishops attempted to moderate the more extreme aspects of the celebrations, concerned that the graphic nature of the ceremonies might overshadow their spiritual significance or attract participants for the wrong reasons. The decline of the feast of Saint Bartholomew festivals began in the later medieval period, as changing theological emphases and growing concerns about public order led to their gradual suppression. The Protestant Reformation dealt a final blow to many of these celebrations, with reformers condemning them as superstitious spectacles that distracted from true religious devotion. By the 16th century, most of these festivals had disappeared entirely, surviving only in fragmentary records and the occasional folk tradition that preserved echoes of their former grandeur. Today, the feast of Saint Bartholomew is observed quietly in most Christian communities, with simple masses and prayers replacing the elaborate medieval spectacles. Yet the memory of these unusual festivals provides a fascinating glimpse into a world where the boundaries between the sacred and the shocking were drawn very differently than they are today, where communities came together to confront the darkest aspects of human experience through the lens of unwavering faith. As we drift deeper into sleep, we can almost hear the echoes of those ancient ceremonies, the voices of medieval congregations raised in hymns that celebrated both suffering and transcendence, their words carrying across the centuries like whispers from a world where faith demanded everything, and festivals reflected that ultimate commitment in ways that would forever change how we understand the relationship between devotion and spectacle. As autumn's chill settled over medieval Europe, communities prepared for one of their most solemn yet extraordinary celebrations. The Feast of All Souls, observed on November 2nd, transformed entire villages into elaborate theaters of remembrance, where the living and the dead seemed to dance together in the flickering candlelight. Unlike the boisterous revelries we've explored, this festival carried a profound spiritual weight. Medieval people believed that on this sacred day, the souls of the departed could return to earth, seeking prayers and offerings from their loved ones. The very air seemed to shimmer with possibility as families prepared their homes for these ethereal visitors. The preparations began weeks in advance, with households cleaning every corner and surface until they gleamed. Women would scrub floors with special herbs believed to attract benevolent spirits while repelling malevolent ones. Rosemary for remembrance, sage for wisdom, and lavender for peace filled the air with their sacred fragrances. On the eve of All Souls, families would gather in their kitchens to prepare the soul cakes, small round pastries marked with crosses and filled with currants or spices. These weren't merely treats, but sacred offerings, each cake representing a prayer for a departed soul's journey through purgatory. The recipe passed down through generations, with mothers teaching daughters the precise measurements and whispered blessings that made each cake a vessel of love. As darkness fell on November 1st, the most haunting tradition began. Children and poor adults would travel from door to door, singing ancient songs and offering prayers in exchange for soul cakes. Their voices carried through the misty streets, creating an ethereal chorus that seemed to bridge the world of the living and the dead. The souling songs varied by region, but all carried the same plaintive melody. In England, children would chant, "Soul, soul, for a soul cake, I pray thee, good mistress, a soul cake." Their small hands would cup the precious cakes, understanding somehow that they carried more than mere bread, but the hopes and memories of entire families. Inside homes, families created elaborate altars dedicated to their deceased relatives. Tables groaned under the weight of the departed's favorite foods, carefully prepared exactly as they had enjoyed in life. A fisherman's widow might lay out fresh herring and dark bread, while a baker's family would display their finest pastries and sweetmeats. Candles burned throughout the night, their flames dancing like tiny souls seeking heaven. Each candle represented a specific person, and families would watch the flames carefully. A steady burn meant the soul was at peace, while a flickering flame suggested the need for more prayers. When a candle guttered out unexpectedly, it was believed the soul had found its way to eternal rest. The church bells tolled continuously from sunset to sunrise, their bronze voices calling across the countryside. Each toll was a prayer, a summons, an invitation for souls to join the living in this sacred communion. The sound echoed off stone walls and wooden shutters, creating a symphony of remembrance that enveloped entire communities. In some regions, families would leave their doors unlocked and set extra places at their tables. They believed their ancestors might return to share one final meal, to taste once more the flavors of earthly life. Children would peek around corners, hopping to catch a glimpse of a beloved grandmother or grandfather, while adults maintained careful vigils by the hearth. The poor played a crucial role in these observances, as they were believed to be closest to the spiritual realm due to their earthly suffering. Wealthy families would invite beggars to their tables, offering them the finest foods and treating them as honored guests. In return, The poor would offer prayers for the families deceased, their words carrying special power due to their proximity to hardship and death. Graveyards transformed into gardens of light as families gathered around tombstones with lanterns and candles. They would clean the graves meticulously, adorning them with flowers, herbs, and small offerings. The cemetery became a place of celebration rather than mourning, filled with quiet conversations between the living and the dead. Some communities practiced the ancient tradition of sin eating, where a designated person would consume food placed on or near a corpse, symbolically taking on the deceased's sins. These sin eaters were both revered and feared, walking the thin line between the sacred and the profane. They would arrive at funerals dressed in dark robes, accepting bread, ale, and coins in exchange for their spiritual service. The festival reached its crescendo at midnight, when the veil between worlds was believed to be thinnest. Families would gather in circles, holding hands and reciting the names of their ancestors. The air seemed to thicken with presence, and many claimed to feel gentle touches or catch whispers of familiar voices carried on the autumn wind. Children born on All Souls' Day were considered especially blessed, believed to possess the ability to see and communicate with spirits. These children were often sought out by grieving families, hopping for messages from their departed loved ones. The youngsters would describe visions of peaceful souls surrounded by light, bringing comfort to those left behind. The morning of November 2nd brought a different energy as communities gathered for the Requiem Mass churches, filled beyond capacity, as people came to pray for all souls, not just their own family members. The collective prayers rose like incense, creating a spiritual atmosphere so intense that many reported feeling the presence of countless souls seeking redemption. After the Mass, the distribution of soul cakes continued throughout the day. Bakers would work tirelessly to meet demand, their ovens glowing like beacons of charity. The wealthy would commission elaborate cakes decorated with religious symbols, while the poor made simple versions with whatever ingredients they could gather. As evening approached, families would begin the process of saying farewell to their visiting ancestors. They would extinguish candles one by one, each flame's death marking the return of a soul to the spiritual realm. The final candle would burn until dawn, ensuring safe passage for any lingering spirits. The Feast of All Souls created a unique social dynamic where class distinctions temporarily dissolved in the face of shared mortality. Rich and poor alike understood that death was the great equalizer, and their departed loved ones existed in the same spiritual realm, regardless of earthly status. This understanding fostered a sense of community compassion that extended far beyond the festival itself. The festival's influence on medieval culture cannot be overstated. It reinforced beliefs about the afterlife, strengthened family bonds across generations, and provided comfort to those struggling with grief. The tradition of remembering the dead through food, prayer, and ceremony created lasting connections between past and present. Modern Halloween traditions trace their roots to these medieval observances, though much of the spiritual significance has been lost. The practice of going door to door for treats, the emphasis on the supernatural, and the autumnal timing all echo the ancient feast of All Souls. As we reflect on this most unusual medieval festival, we see how our ancestors created meaningful ways to process grief and maintain connections with those they had lost. In their flickering candlelight and whispered prayers, they found a path between sorrow and celebration, creating a tradition that honored both the living and the dead in equal measure. Among the most spectacular yet peculiar medieval festivals were the grand tournament celebrations that transformed entire regions into theatrical backgrounds. These weren't simply sporting events, but elaborate multi-day festivals that blended genuine combat with theatrical pageantry in ways that would seem utterly bizarre to modern observers. The Tournament of the Field of Cloth of Gold in 1520 represents perhaps the most extravagant example of these festival tournaments. Held between England and France, this event consumed the equivalent of several $1 million in today's currency, with temporary palaces constructed solely for the occasion. The English pavilion alone required over 400 craftsmen working for 6 months, creating a structure more elaborate than many permanent castles. What made these tournaments particularly unusual was their blend of deadly serious combat with absurd theatrical elements. Knights would arrive dressed as mythological creatures, complete with elaborate mechanical wings or dragon heads that moved through hidden pulleys. The Tournament of Chauvency in 1285 featured knights dressed as the Nine Worthies, complete with scripted dialogue they had to recite before each joust. The preparation rituals for these tournaments bordered on the supernatural. Knights would spend weeks in elaborate purification ceremonies, including fasting, prayer vigils, and symbolic baths that sometimes lasted entire days. At the Tournament of Hem in 278, participants were required to wear white robes for 7 days before the event, during which they could only speak in whispers, and were forbidden from touching metal objects except their weapons. The tournaments themselves followed bizarre rules that varied wildly between regions. In Germanic territories, the Buhert style required teams of knights to fight using blunted weapons until one side was completely captured or surrendered. However, the definition of capture was remarkably specific. A knight was only considered captured if his opponent could physically lift him off his horse and carry him a distance of exactly 21 paces. French tournaments often featured the peculiar tradition of the Court of Love, where noble ladies would judge not only the combat prowess of knights, but also their romantic poetry and musical performances. Knights were required to compose original songs about their chosen lady, which they would perform while while still wearing full armor. The acoustic properties of a steel helmet made these performances particularly challenging and often unintentionally comedic. The tournament of Shavansa introduced the concept of themed combat, where each day represented a different historical or mythological period. Monday might feature Roman gladiator combat, Tuesday Arthurian knights, and Wednesday battles between angels and demons. Participants were required to research and accurately portray their assigned characters, leading to elaborate costume competitions that often overshadowed the actual fighting. Prize distribution at these tournaments followed equally peculiar customs. The winner of the main event typically received not gold or land, but symbolic objects of often questionable practical value. The tournament of Smithfield in 1390 awarded the champion a golden rose that had been blessed by 7 different bishops, while the runner-up received a live peacock trained to dance on command. The most unusual aspect of tournament festivals was their integration of religious elements with violent combat. The tournament of St. Inglevert in 1390 featured mandatory mass attendance between each round of fighting, with knights required to confess their sins immediately after potentially killing their opponents. This created a surreal atmosphere where priests would absolve knights of violence they were about to commit again within hours. Women's participation in these festivals took forms that would surprise modern audiences. While they couldn't participate in combat, noble ladies often organized elaborate counter-tournaments featuring competitions in embroidery, falconry, and musical composition. The tournament of Culpun in 1200 featured a women's division where participants competed in creating the most elaborate headdresses, with some constructions reaching heights of over 3 feet. The economic impact of these tournaments was staggering and often economically destructive. The tournament of Winchester in 1306 required the construction of temporary wooden grandstands that could accommodate over 10,000 spectators. The lumber alone stripped entire forests, while the food requirements led to regional shortages that lasted months after the event concluded. Perhaps most bizarre were the tournament festivals that attempted to recreate historical battles with living participants. The tournament of the Pas d'Armes featured elaborate scenarios where knights would reenact famous sieges, complete with functional siege engines and mock fortifications. However, the line between reenactment and reality often blurred, with participants sometimes sustaining injuries identical to those they were meant to be simulating. The decline of tournament festivals came not from changing military technology, but from their increasing absurdity and expense. The tournament of Calais in 1520 featured knights fighting while blindfolded, using weapons made entirely of silver, and following rules so complex that the event required a team of 12 judges and a written rulebook over 100 pages long. Regional variations in tournament customs created a patchwork of bizarre traditions across medieval Europe. Scottish tournaments featured the unique tradition of the melee of the clans, where entire family groups would engage in mock warfare using traditional Highland weapons. The victorious clan would win the right to wear specific tartan patterns for the following year, creating a complex system of textile-based social hierarchy. Italian tournament festivals often incorporated elements of classical Roman spectacle, including chariot races through city streets and gladiatorial combat in temporary amphitheaters. The Tournament of Milan in 1398 featured knights fighting while mounted on mechanical horses powered by hidden servants, creating an early form of automated combat that prefigured later developments in military engineering. The most enduring legacy of these tournament festivals lies not in their martial aspects, but in their contribution to medieval theater and pageantry. The elaborate costumes, scripted performances, and theatrical staging techniques developed for tournaments directly influenced the development of medieval drama and eventually contributed to the emergence of Renaissance theater. These medieval tournament festivals represent a fascinating intersection of warfare, religion, entertainment, and social display that created some of the most unusual and extravagant celebrations in human history. Their blend of deadly serious combat with theatrical absurdity offers a unique window into medieval priorities and values, where honor, spectacle, and spiritual devotion combined in ways that continue to captivate and mystify modern observers. As we reach the end of our journey through medieval Europe's most unusual festivals, we find ourselves surrounded by the gentle echoes of centuries past. These celebrations, strange as they may seem to our modern eyes, reveal the deep human need for community, ritual, and meaning that transcends time itself. The Feast of Fools showed us how laughter and chaos could serve as safety valves in rigid societies. The Festival of the Ass reminded us that even the most sacred institutions could embrace moments of playful irreverence. The blessing of animals demonstrated the medieval understanding that all of God's creatures deserved recognition and protection. Through the Morris dancing festivals, we witnessed the ancient connection between movement, music, and the turning of seasons. The mystery plays revealed how entire communities could come together to tell the greatest stories ever known. The Harvest Home celebrations showed us the profound gratitude felt by those who lived so closely connected to the land. The Plum Monday traditions taught us about the dignity of labor and the importance of marking life's transitions. The wassailing ceremonies demonstrated the beautiful relationship between humans and the natural world that sustained them. The Candlemas processions illuminated the medieval understanding of light conquering darkness, both literally and spiritually. In the Rogation Day rituals, we saw how communities blessed their boundaries and asked for divine protection over their lands. The May Day celebrations revealed the eternal human fascination with fertility, renewal, and the promise of spring. The Midsummer festivals showed us how our ancestors marked the longest day with fire, flowers, and ancient magic. The Lammas bread offerings reminded us of the sacred nature of the harvest and the first fruits of human labor. The Michaelmas traditions demonstrated how communities honored their protectors and celebrated the changing seasons. The All Hallows Eve customs revealed the thin veil between worlds and the medieval relationship with death and remembrance. Through the Martinmas celebrations, we learned about the importance of preparing for winter and sharing resources within the community. The Advent traditions showed us how anticipation itself could become a form of celebration, marking time with hope and preparation. Each of these festivals, no matter how unusual they might seem, served important functions in medieval society. They provided structure to the year, meaning to the seasons, and cohesion to communities that faced constant challenges from disease, war, and hardship. These celebrations remind us that humans have always found ways to create beauty, meaning, and joy, even in the most difficult circumstances. They show us that laughter, music, dance, and ritual are not luxuries, but necessities for the human spirit. The medieval world was not the dark, grim place that popular imagination often portrays. It was filled with color, music, laughter, and celebration. It was a world where communities came together regularly to mark the passage of time, honor their beliefs, and strengthen the bonds that held them together. As you drift toward sleep tonight, perhaps you can imagine yourself walking through a medieval village during one of these festivals. The air is filled with the scent of fresh bread and blooming flowers. Musicians play simple melodies on wooden flutes and stringed instruments. Children run between the adults, their laughter mixing with the sounds of celebration. You might see the Morris dancers with their bells and ribbons, moving in ancient patterns that connect earth to sky. You could witness the blessing of animals, each creature receiving a moment of recognition and care. You might participate in the wassailing, singing to the apple trees and asking for their continued generosity. These festivals remind us that celebration is not about grand gestures or expensive displays. It's about community, gratitude, and the recognition of life's simple but profound moments. It's about marking time not just with calendars and clocks, but with meaning and ritual. The medieval festivals we've explored tonight show us that our ancestors understood something important about human nature. They knew that life needed rhythm, that communities needed shared experiences, and that the ordinary moments of existence could be transformed into something sacred through intention and celebration. As the gentle sounds of these ancient festivals fade into the peaceful silence of night, let yourself be carried by the wisdom of those who came before us. They understood that every season has its purpose, every community has its strength, and every moment has its own quiet magic. Sleep well, knowing that you are part of a long chain of human celebration, community, and care that stretches back through centuries of unusual but beautiful medieval festivals. Rest peacefully in the knowledge that tomorrow, like every day, holds its own possibilities for wonder, gratitude, and gentle joy.